Good evening, dear friend. May peace settle upon your heart tonight. Thank you for stopping by this humble corner of the internet, a small channel made for quiet souls, for those who long to rest their minds before sleep. If this story brings you even a small touch of warmth, I invite you to subscribe so that each evening we can meet again in stillness, to listen, to breathe, and to remember that we are never truly alone. Tonight, I will tell you a story about faith, tenderness, and the quiet ways God speaks when the world grows silent. So, sit back, take a slow breath, and let the noise of the day fade away. Let the night become a gentle blanket around your thoughts. And now, we begin. Between the night and the first candle, it was one of those evenings when the air itself seemed to whisper. Outside, the street was empty, the windows dim. Inside a small house on the edge of town, an old wooden clock ticked softly on the wall. The woman living there had just finished washing the last cup of tea, the kind she always made too strong. She dried her hands, reached for a candle, and struck a match. The flame trembled once, then held, a tiny island of light in the sea of quiet. She sat beside it, folding her hands loosely in her lap. Her Bible lay nearby, not open yet, just resting, as if it too were waiting. Through the thin curtains came the faintest glow of the moon, brushing against the candle's warm circle, making everything shimmer in gold and silver. It was the kind of moment that felt suspended between two worlds, the noise of day behind her, eternity just ahead. She wasn't praying, not exactly, she was just breathing. And sometimes that is prayer enough. In her heart, memories drifted like autumn leaves. Moments of laughter, moments of regret, faces long gone, promises half fulfilled, mistakes she had carried too long. She thought of the times she had spoken too quickly, loved too little, forgiven too late. But tonight, none of it felt heavy. It was as if someone had quietly come into the room and placed a hand upon her shoulder, whispering, "You are home now." The candle flickered. She smiled faintly, realizing that faith often begins right there, not in the noise of conviction, but in the hush of surrender. She remembered how her grandmother used to pray with her hands open, palms upward, as if offering the day to God. So she did the same. Her fingers, wrinkled by time, lifted softly in the candlelight. A thought passed through her mind. What if peace isn't something I find, but something that finds me? The question lingered, gentle as the flame. Outside, a breeze brushed the window pane, and the scent of rain entered the room. She felt her heart slow down. The worries that had followed her all day seemed to step back one by one, leaving space for quiet. In that quiet, she sensed it again, that still, familiar presence she hadn't felt in years. Not a voice, not a vision, But a calm certainty that someone saw her. Not her mistakes, not her age, just her. Small and beloved. She whispered, "Thank you." That was all. No grand speech, no confession rehearsed, only gratitude, small but real. And somehow it was enough. She leaned back in her chair, the candle reflecting in her eyes. The Bible still rested beside her, unopened, and yet every page seemed alive inside her heart. She knew that when she finally did open it, the words would not condemn her, but cradle her, because grace always speaks softly, never through thunder, but through tenderness. Minutes passed. The flame danced, and as she drifted towards sleep, she thought of how many nights she had chased peace, and how it had been here all along, waiting quietly in the same small room. Perhaps, she thought, peace is not something you achieve, Perhaps it is simply the moment you stop running. The clock ticked on. Outside, the moon climbed higher, steady and sure, and somewhere in the unseen distance, angels might have smiled, for another restless heart had finally learned how to rest. True peace doesn't come when we find God. It comes when we let Him find us. When the wind touches the window frame. The night had deepened, and the candle she had lit earlier now burned lower, its small flame bowing gently to every breath of air that entered the room. Outside, the world was hushed under a soft rain. Each drop touched the earth as though heaven were writing in tiny silver letters, "I am still here." She rose slowly, her joints stiff from years of faithful use, and walked toward the window. The glass was cool beneath her fingers. Beyond it lay the garden she once tended every morning, rows of lavender now faded, a small wooden bench slick with rain, and the old iron gate that creaked like a memory each time the wind passed through. The scent of wet soil carried her back to summers when the children ran through this very yard, laughing, chasing the sunlight. How young they had been, how certain that joy would last forever. She stood there a long while, listening to the steady rhythm of the drizzle against the roof. There was comfort in its sameness. In a world that had changed so much, people gone, letters unanswered, her hair turning silver. The rain still fell as it always had. Her thoughts drifted to an evening long ago when she had once prayed in anger, demanding that God explain the why of her suffering. Tonight she felt no urge to ask why. Time had gentled her questions into quiet wonder. Maybe not everything needed an answer. Maybe some things were meant only to be carried like a candle through darkness. The wind came again, softly rattling the frame. It sounded almost like someone knocking, a delicate, patient tapping. She smiled, remembering a verse she had once heard. "Behold, I stand at the door and knock." She whispered it aloud, letting the words fill the empty corners of the room. The knocking seemed to answer, and she felt an ache in her chest. Not pain, but recognition. She unlatched the window just a little. Cool air flowed in, bringing the scent of rain and distant pine. It touched her face like the hand of an old friend. "Is that you?" she murmured, half smiling, half trembling. Of course it was not the wind speaking, not really, and yet it was. For the heart that listens can hear God in everything, in rain, in creaking wood, in silence itself. A single leaf blew in through the gap, pale, curled, trembling. She caught it in her palm, tracing its fragile veins. Something about its smallness moved her deeply. It had travelled who knows how far, carried only by the will of the wind, and yet it had found its resting place here in her hand. She placed it on the table beside the candle. "So am I," she whispered, "carried by a wind I cannot see yet never lost." She went to the chair again, wrapped her shawl tighter and listened. Every sound now felt different, not intruding but belonging. The wind, the rain, the sighing of the old house. They were all part of a single hymn. She imagined the world outside, lonely streets, windows glowing faintly, other souls staying awake through the night. Perhaps each one in their own way was touching the same unseen presence. She closed her eyes. The rhythm of the rain began to match her breathing. It no longer fell on the house. It seemed to fall through her, washing away the restlessness of years. She remembered something her husband used to say before he passed. "We are not promised a life without storms, but we are promised a safe harbour." The memory no longer hurt. It warmed her like a hand resting gently over her heart. Minutes turned to an hour, She thought she might stay awake till dawn, simply listening. Each time the wind brushed the window, she answered silently, "I hear you." She thought of others, the lonely, the sick, the frightened, and prayed that they too would feel this same breath of comfort. She did not need to speak their names. The wind already knew them. The candle wavered, shrinking lower, yet the room did not grow darker. A softer light seemed to replace it, not from flame, but from within. It was the peace that comes when one stops searching for proof and starts trusting presence. When she finally rose to close the window, the rain had eased. The moon peeked through scattered clouds, laying a pale road of silver across the wet stones outside. She touched the frame once more, leaving her palm print on the glass. "Stay with me," she whispered, not to the night but to the quiet within it. She turned off the lamp, allowing darkness to rest like velvet around her shoulders. And as she settled back into her chair, she thought how strange and beautiful it was that the same wind that shakes the world can also cradle the soul. Her eyes grew heavy. Somewhere in the distance a church bell chimed once, long and low. She smiled, whispering her evening promise. "Tomorrow I will listen again." Sometimes God's voice is not a command, but a breeze that brushes the heart. If this gentle story brought peace to your night, you may follow the channel, so that each evening we can meet again in quiet faith. The morning that waited at her door. When she woke, the world was grey with the hush that comes before dawn. Rain still clung to the glass, but the wind had gone elsewhere, leaving only the smell of earth washed clean. The house was cold, yet gentle, like a chapel after everyone has gone home. She pulled the shawl around her shoulders and sat up slowly, listening to the silence that followed her breathing. For a moment she wondered if the night before had been a dream. The wind, the whisper, the stillness that had filled her heart. But the peace remained. Quiet, sure, unexplainable. It lingered like the faint warmth left by a hand recently held. She shuffled to the kitchen, lit the small lamp on the counter and filled the kettle. The sound of water against metal felt almost holy in its simplicity. She could smell the faint sweetness of tea leaves and old wood. Every action, the turning of the knob, the rustle of the tea bag, was an act of worship in disguise. There are prayers that have no words. They are found in doing small things with tenderness. As the water boiled, she looked out through the window again. The garden lay still, silvered with moisture. The lavender seemed to stand taller, and the first bird had begun to test the morning with a single note. She smiled. The bird did not wait for the sun to rise. It sang into the darkness, trusting that light would answer. When the kettle whistled, she poured her tea and sat by the table. The candle she had left half melted from the night before stood there, its wax curled like petals. She touched its edge, whispering a simple grace. "Thank you for another morning, even this quiet one." Across the table lay a small envelope. It had been there for weeks, sent by her daughter from the city. She had not opened it yet, afraid that reading it would stir up more ache than joy. But this morning felt different, gentler, somehow safer. She tore it open carefully, unfolding the neat handwriting. "Mom," it began, "I'm sorry I haven't written. Work has been busy and the children are growing fast. We think of you every Sunday when we bake bread. The twins still talk about your garden. They say it smelled like heaven." Her eyes blurred. She set down the letter and covered her mouth, half laughing, half crying. The paper trembled in her fingers, but her heart did not. All the distance between them seemed to vanish into that one memory of bread and lavender. Love, she realized, never disappears. It simply travels slower with age, taking the long road home. She took another sip of tea and let the words rest on the table beside her. She would write back today. No long explanations, no careful phrases. Just "I love you. Come when you can. The gate is open." Through the window, a pale glow began to stretch over the horizon. The sky changed from pewter to rose, from rose to gold. She felt the world breathe with her. Every new ray of light seemed to carry a promise that renewal does not always come with thunder, but sometimes with a slow unfurling of dawn. She rose and opened the front door. The chill air wrapped around her, full of the scent of wet earth and wood smoke from a neighbour's chimney. The path before her was scattered with small puddles reflecting the first sky. She stepped outside, letting her slippers soak in the dew. The world felt young again, as if creation itself were happening anew that very morning. She looked toward the hills, where the clouds parted like curtains to reveal a single shaft of sunlight. It fell directly onto her garden bench, the same one she had once shared with her husband on summer evenings. For a heartbeat, she almost saw him there, smiling, nodding toward her as though to say, "Look, you're not alone." She closed her eyes and breathed deeply. The ache in her chest eased into something sweeter, like gratitude stretched across years. "I see it," she whispered. "I see the light." Standing there, she thought about the people who might be waking in distant places. The nurse walking into her early shift, the farmer stepping into mud, the child whispering a prayer before school. The same sun would touch them all. And perhaps that was grace too, that even when hearts were far apart, morning would visit each of them without asking who deserved it. The kettle hissed behind her, reminding her of the life waiting inside. She went back, closed the door softly, and sat once more by the candle. The flame was gone, but its scent remained. She would write the letter now, while the feeling was still warm. Her pen moved slowly, shaping words like seeds in the soil. "Dear ones, today the rain stopped. The garden is breathing again. I think I am too. Love, Mom." When she finished, she folded the letter neatly, sealing it with a small cross drawn in ink. She placed it near the window so the sunlight could fall upon it when the day grew brighter. For reasons she couldn't explain, that small act filled her with joy, as if she had already sent it heavenward and received an answer. Outside, the first real light of day touched the trees, and the birds sang louder now. The world was awake, and so was she. Not only her body, but her soul. She lifted her cup one last time and whispered into the quiet room, "Thank you for waiting for me to wake. Every morning is a letter from God delivered quietly at your door. If this story brought a calm to your morning, you may subscribe so we can share another dawn together." The bread and the stranger. By mid-morning, sunlight had begun to wander freely through the house, falling across the wooden floor like spilled honey. The air smelled of rising dough and rosemary. She had decided without much thought to bake bread. It was something she hadn't done in months. The motion of kneading, the dusting of flour, the rhythm of the hands. It all felt like remembering a song she once knew by heart. As she pressed the dough beneath her palms, she thought about her daughter's letter lying by the window, the ink drying in sunlight. She imagined the postman carrying it away, crossing bridges and quiet roads, until it reached the little hands that would tear it open. That thought made her smile. Sometimes, she realized, love travels better on paper than on the tongue. The bread needed time to rise, so she wiped the table clean and stepped outside. The garden was still damp from rain, but alive again. Birds moved among the branches, the scent of pine was sharper in the cool air, and somewhere nearby a dog barked lazily. She pulled her shawl close, feeling both the chill and the comfort of it. Down the lane she saw a man she didn't recognize. He walked slowly, leaning on a stick, his coat too thin for the weather. When their eyes met, he lifted his hand as if to greet her, but seemed unsure whether to approach. She hesitated for only a moment before waving him closer. "Good morning," she called. He smiled, a small careful smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Morning, Ma'am. Sorry to bother you. I'm just passing through. Looking for the bus stop. I think I took the wrong turn." She pointed down the lane. "2 fields over, you'll see the road again, but it's a long walk." He nodded, shifting the weight of his small bag. There was something weary in his posture, the kind of weariness that comes not from miles, but from years. "Would you like some water?" she asked. "Or tea, if you don't mind a bit of quiet company." The man hesitated, then gave a shy nod. "I'd be grateful, Ma'am." Inside, she motioned for him to sit near the window while she poured the tea. The scent of baking bread filled the room, and for a while, neither spoke. The silence wasn't uncomfortable. It was the kind that feels like a shared prayer. When she set the cup before him, his hands trembled slightly as he wrapped them around the warmth. "Haven't had a real cup in a while," he said softly. "Been walking from town to town, looking for work mostly." She nodded, watching the steam rise between them. "It's a hard time to be far from home," she said. He looked down. "Home's not much of a place anymore. My wife passed last winter. I've been walking ever since. Guess I thought if I kept moving, it'd hurt less." The words hung there, heavy but not hopeless. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she took a deep breath, then opened the oven door. The smell of warm bread filled the air, golden, rich like comfort itself. "Would you stay for a bit?" she asked. "It's not much, but fresh bread is better shared." He smiled again, this time fuller, and the lines in his face softened. "I'd like that, Ma'am. Thank you." She set the loaf between them, cut 2 thick slices, and placed butter on the side. The sound of the knife on the crust echoed softly through the kitchen. They ate slowly, almost reverently. After a while, he said, "You remind me of someone. My mother used to make bread just like this. Said it was a sin to eat alone." She laughed quietly. "Then I suppose we've both done something right today." They sat together for a long time, not talking much, just listening to the creak of the old house, the ticking of the clock, and the soft hum of wind beyond the window. When he finally rose to leave, she handed him what was left of the loaf, wrapped in a clean cloth. "Take this with you," she said, "for the road." He tried to protest, but she waved him off gently. "I have more flour than appetite these days, and I think it'll taste better if it travels." He bowed his head slightly, his voice rough with emotion. "You've been kind, Ma'am. You don't even know my name." She smiled. "That's all right, God does." He stood for a moment, holding the bread like something sacred. Then, before stepping out the door, he turned back. "You said the bus stop was 2 fields over." She nodded. "I'll remember this place," he said. "You've given me more than directions." When he was gone, she stood by the window, watching him grow smaller along the lane until he disappeared among the trees. A faint ache filled her chest, not sorrow, but the soft weight of compassion. She realized that every act of kindness, no matter how small, is a doorway. Sometimes when you open it, God walks in disguised as a stranger. The bread crumbs on the table glowed in the sunlight. She brushed them gently into her palm and smiled. The day felt fuller somehow, not because of what she'd given, but because of what had been returned to her. A reminder that love still has work to do in the world. She looked toward the hills where the clouds were lifting. Somewhere out there, a man carried a loaf of bread and a memory of warmth. Somewhere within her, faith rose again, quiet and alive, like dough beneath a clean cloth. Every kindness we offer a stranger is a prayer that never ends. If tonight's story touched you, remember to follow the channel, so together we can keep passing the light onward. The chair by the window. That afternoon, the sun drifted lower, leaving soft pools of gold across the floorboards. Dust floated lazily through the air, each tiny speck glowing for a moment before vanishing, like little souls passing through light. She sat by the window in her favourite wooden chair, the same one her husband had carved long ago. Its edges had worn smooth beneath her hands. Its creak had become part of the house's song. Outside, the fields glimmered faintly under a sky slowly turning pale blue. The stranger was long gone, but a trace of his presence remained. The faint scent of bread and the quiet warmth he left behind. She thought of his words, of the grief he carried, and found herself whispering a prayer without meaning to. May the road be kind to him. Prayer, she realized, no longer required a church pew or folded hands. Sometimes it lived in small sighs, in the way you hope goodness follows someone after they've gone. The clock on the mantel ticked softly. Time, once a heavy burden, had become a gentle rhythm in her days. She no longer chased hours. She let them pass through her like wind through curtains. From the corner of the room, a soft mewing caught her attention. The old cat, grey with one ear slightly bent, had returned from its afternoon wandering. It jumped onto her lap and curled into a perfect circle, purring so quietly that it felt more like breathing than sound. She stroked its back, feeling the steady pulse beneath the fur. It reminded her that life goes on, quietly, beautifully, even when no one notices. A knock came at the door, light, hesitant. She placed the cat down gently and went to answer. On the step stood a young boy, perhaps 10 years old, holding a bundle of newspapers under his arm. "Afternoon, ma'am," he said. "Would you like today's paper? It's got the church schedule and the fair announcements." She smiled. "I haven't read one in a while, but yes, come in. You look like you could use a rest." The boy hesitated. "I don't want to bother you." "You're not," she said softly. "The kettle's still warm." He stepped inside shyly, his shoes leaving small wet prints on the floor. As she poured him a cup of cocoa, she noticed how his fingers were red from the cold. He thanked her with a kind of politeness taught by necessity, not luxury. "You deliver papers every day?" she asked. He nodded. "Before and after school. My mum says if I keep saving I can buy a bicycle next year." "That's a fine dream," she said. "A bicycle takes you places you've never been, and sometimes back home faster." The boy laughed. It was a bright sound, unguarded. When he finished the cocoa, he carefully placed the empty cup back on the saucer. "Thank you, Mum. You're the nicest person I've met all week." Her eyes softened. It's easy to be kind when someone reminds you of what hope looks like. He didn't quite understand, but he smiled anyway, the way children do when they feel safe without needing to know why. As he turned to leave, she reached into the drawer and took out 2 coins, polished, almost forgotten. "For your bicycle," she said. He blinked. "I can't take that." "You already have," she replied, closing his small hand around them. Someday, when you can, give someone else a start. That's how blessings travel. He looked at her for a long moment, the kind of look that plants something in the heart, then nodded and ran down the lane, sunlight catching his hair. When she returned to her chair, the cat had climbed back up and was waiting, tail flicking impatiently. She smiled and sat again, feeling the warmth of the animal settle against her. Outside, she could hear faint laughter from down the road. Life, it seemed, was always finding ways to circle back. The paper the boy had brought lay folded on the table. She opened it absently. On the front page was a small article about the local church's Sunday service. The words were plain, but one line caught her. All are welcome who seek rest for their souls. She read it twice, letting the phrase linger. Rest for the soul. Wasn't that what every day here had become? A long, slow resting. Not idleness, but peace earned through patience. She set the paper down and looked toward the fading light. Evening was coming again, soft, deliberate, inevitable. The kind of evening that invited reflection, not regret. Somewhere beyond the hills, the bus would be carrying the stranger she'd fed. Somewhere in town, the boy would be counting the coins in his pocket. And here, in this small house by the field, an old woman sat between two windows, one opening to the past, one to the future, breathing in both. She thought of her husband once more, of his steady voice reading scripture by lamplight. Do not forget to show hospitality to strangers, for by so doing some have entertained angels without knowing it. She had never known if she believed that verse literally until today. The cat shifted on her lap, purring louder. She closed her eyes and rested her head back against the chair. Outside, the wind rose softly, rustling through the lavender. In that moment, she felt something deep and sure. Not joy, not sorrow, but belonging. The world, with all its comings and goings, still made room for gentleness. And as the first star appeared in the sky, she whispered her evening prayer. Thank you for another day of small miracles. Every quiet kindness is a thread that stitches heaven to the earth. If tonight's story brings you calm, remember to follow, so we can meet again in the light of gentler days. The old church bell. The next morning arrived in a hush pale as linen. Mist lay low across the fields, softening the edges of hedges and stone. She woke before the kettle, before the first bird dared a note, as though something gentle had tapped on her shoulder in sleep and said, "Come and see." She dressed slowly, fastening the small pearl button at her collar with care, habit, almost ceremony. On the chair by the door, her shawl waited, carrying the faint fragrance of yesterday's bread and a trace of lavender. She paused, slipped a folded handkerchief into her pocket, and smiled at the cat already curled on the warm spot she'd left in bed. "Guard the house," she whispered. The cat opened one eye, utterly unconcerned with sacred missions, then returned to its deep, contented breathing. Outside, the lane was a silver thread. Dew jeweled the grasses. Each step she took made the morning sound, the soft scuff of her shoe, the sigh of damp leaves, somewhere a distant gate giving one gentle complaint. She enjoyed the company of such small noises. They asked nothing of her and told her she belonged. At the crest of the hill, the church appeared, modest and familiar, a little stone ark holding years of prayers. Ivy draped the oldest wall as if to keep it from remembering too hard. The bell tower lifted a dark square against the whitening sky. She stood a moment and let the sight settle inside her, not like an answer, but like a kindness. The door welcomed her with the smell of beeswax and old wood, polished by hands she would never meet again. Within, the nave was dim and tender. Sunlight, thin as silk, spilled through coloured glass and lay in patches upon the pews. Dust drifted there like a blessing. She did not speak. She dipped 2 fingers into the cool bowl of water and touched her brow, her heart, not out of duty, but out of memory. So many mornings had begun this way, when life was crowded and loud, when children tugged at her skirt and her husband's cough sounded behind the hymn. She carried all of it quietly with her now, like a small photograph kept in a locket near the skin. She moved down the aisle and took the 3rd pew from the back, her place for years, though no one had assigned it. She ran her fingers along the groove the hymnal had worn, then rested her palms face up upon the wood. There was nothing she urgently needed to say. The night's peace had not left her, but a different need rose, simple and honest, to tell the truth to God without frightening herself. So she began as she had learned from the trees and the rain, without speeches. "I have been slow to forgive," she breathed. "I have carried old words in my pockets like stones. I have tried to keep myself safe with silence when kindness asked for courage. The words were not loud. They were hardly words at all. They were more like the soft sound a knot makes when it agrees at last to loosen. A swallow darted through the high space, and for a moment she watched its quick life trace the shape of the nave, like a calligrapher sketching the air. She smiled at it, unashamed of her smile. Then, from the tower, the first chime of the bell fell into the morning. It was not grand or theatrical. It was homely, round, certain, one note, then another, then a third. And with each she felt within her a matching tone and answer back, not guilt, not scolding, something steady. "You are known, you are loved, you may begin again." She did not kneel out of penance, she knelt because it felt natural, like resting the body in a chair. The stone was cold beneath her, holding both her weight and her unspoken confessions. From her pocket she drew the handkerchief, and with the tiny pencil she kept tucked into its edge, wrote 3 small truths, one in each corner. "I worried too much. I spoke too much." Sharply, "I forgot to be grateful." The script was small, almost secret. She folded the cloth again and pressed it between her palms. There, the world was simpler now. The heart, too. A door creaked at the front. The sexton, a quiet man with shoulders like a coat rack, entered carrying a bucket and a short broom. He nodded and began sweeping the stone near the side chapel with exaggerated care, as if not to disturb a sleeping child. She watched his patient work. The rhythm of it steadied her breathing. When he reached her pew, he paused and touched the back rail with his forefinger, lifting a thin line in the dust. "There," he said softly, not truly to her. "The light finds everything." She nodded. "And forgives it, sometimes." "Most times," he answered, offering a small grin before moving on. She rose, not to leave, but to walk. In the side chapel, a rack of candles waited, small white soldiers in a neat row. She lit one from the flame of another and set it down carefully, giving it time to find its breath. The tiny glow stood like a modest star at eye level, and she whispered no name and every name at once. The stranger on the road, the boy with the newspapers, the daughter in the city, the husband whose absence was now a kind of presence. "Hold them," she said, and left the candle to do what candles do, work quietly. Above the altar, the window showed a figure robed in blue, a hand extended not as a judge but as a friend. The glass threw a puddle of colour onto the floor, blues and reds, and a splash of gold that spread toward the steps and pooled there like something living. She stepped into it for a moment, letting the colours lie across her hands, her sleeves. She laughed, surprised by the childlike joy of it. For an instant, she felt as if she were being painted by morning. Back at her pew, she sat and listened to the last 3 chimes. In their echo, she placed 3 small decisions, fresh as bread. I will write another letter today. I will visit the neighbour who has stopped coming to market. I will forgive what I can and leave what I cannot yet forgive in God's keeping. They were not heroic promises. They were tender ones, sized for human days. She trusted them more for that. When she finally stepped outside, the mist had lifted. The world had edges again. Hedge, path, wall, sky. Yet none of them felt like limits. The bell tower stood quiet, its work for the hour complete. She looked back at the door and pressed her fingers lightly against the old wood, the way one touches a friend's sleeve in parting. On the path home, she noticed things she had not seen on the way in. A snail writing its slow punctuation across a stone. A feather court where 2 grasses crossed like a tiny white flag. A spiderweb jewelled with dew, so glorious it might have been a necklace put out to dry. She stopped at the web and whispered an apology for nearly breaking it with her gaze. "You're beautiful," she said to the patient architect who was nowhere to be seen. "Teach me your patience." Halfway down the lane she met a neighbour, Mrs. Bell, carrying a tin of biscuits wrapped in a tea towel. "I was coming to you," Mrs. Bell said. "And I was coming to you," she replied, and both women laughed at the happy collision. They walked together a few yards, sharing the weight of the tin between them as if it were a small sacrament. No confessions, no sermons, only the exchange of news about roses and rheumatism, about the shepherd's new dog who didn't yet understand sheep. It was ordinary talk, and it healed something. At her gate, they parted with a warm squeeze of hands. She watched Mrs. Bell go, the tea towel bright against the grey lane, and felt the same certainty she'd held in the church deepen. The bell's work continues long after it stops ringing. Its tone moves out through doors and hedges and kitchens, calling people not to perfection, but to gentleness. Inside her house, the air held yesterday's sun. The cat Rose stretched with the dignity of a bishop and head-butted her shin. She laughed and set the biscuits on the table. Before the kettle sang, she took out the handkerchief again, unfolded it, and held it up to the window. Morning light shone through the thin fabric, turning the pencil words faint as ghosts. One by one, she touched them with her thumb. I worried too much. She rubbed until it blurred. I spoke too sharply. She breathed on it, then pressed, and it softened. I forgot to be grateful. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them, that corner seemed almost clean. She did not throw the cloth away. She folded it small and put it back, to carry as a reminder of the day's new music. Then she poured the water, added tea, and sat where the sun fell warm across her shoulders. She did not feel finished. She felt begun. The bell falls silent, but its kindness keeps ringing in the heart. Letters in the afternoon light. By the time the clock reached 2:30, the house was still again. The biscuits sat untouched on the plate. The cat had retreated to its patch of sunlight near the stove, and the garden beyond the window swayed lazily beneath the mild wind of spring. The world seemed to be breathing, slow and deep, the kind of afternoon that holds you in its palm and asks for nothing in return. She sat at the table with pen and paper before her. The same pen her husband used to keep in his vest pocket. The same bottle of ink that had long since gathered dust around its rim. She had promised herself that morning there in the church pew that she would write another letter. promises made in the quiet should not be forgotten in the noise of the day, she thought. So she began. The first letter was for her daughter. The words came easier than she expected. "My dear child," she wrote, "the rain has passed, and the garden smells of new beginnings. Yesterday a stranger came by, and today a small boy brought me the paper. God keeps sending me visitors, perhaps to remind me that kindness is still the true language of heaven." Her pen paused. Outside, a dove cooed from somewhere near the gate. The sound slipped into her heart like a soft memory. She smiled and continued, "I miss you less in the way of sorrow now, and more in the way of gratitude. Missing you reminds me I have someone worth missing. Come soon, but come happy. There is bread waiting, and laughter too, if you bring it." When she finished, she signed her name simply. No flourish, no long farewell. Then she folded the paper, sealing it with a small dab of wax. The act itself felt like closing a prayer. She sat a while longer, watching the ink dry. The house ticked and hummed around her. Clock, kettle, cat, all part of the same tender symphony. On the wall hung an old framed verse, one her husband had chosen years ago. "Be still and know that I am God." She had read those words hundreds of times, but only now did they feel like instruction rather than command. To be still was not to do nothing. It was to be fully awake in the quiet, to see the divine in sunlight on wood, in the breath between words, in the pause before a smile. A gentle knock startled her. The postman stood at the door, hat tilted, eyes kind. He carried a small bundle of mail. "Afternoon, ma'am. Looks like a few things for you today." She thanked him, and as she took the letters, she noticed one envelope different from the rest. Thick, cream-coloured, with handwriting she didn't recognise. The return address was the town 2 valleys over. She brought it inside, placed it on the table, and stared at it as though it might reveal its contents if she waited long enough. When she opened it, a photograph slipped out, faded, sepia-toned. It showed the church many decades earlier, ivy already creeping along its walls, and beside it stood a group of villagers smiling awkwardly for the camera. Her breath caught. There he was, her husband, young and tall, his arm draped around her shoulders. She hadn't seen that photograph in years. Her eyes softened, and she ran her finger along his image, tracing the outline of the man she had loved so faithfully. The letter inside was from an old friend, Mrs. Palmer, who had recently found the photo in a parish drawer while helping restore the archives. "I thought you might like to have this," it read. "I remember the day it was taken. The harvest festival, wasn't it? You brought 2 pies, and your husband spilled half his tea on the pastor's shoes. We laughed all afternoon. I hope this brings you some warmth as it did me." She laughed aloud, the sound surprising her. "He did spill it," she whispered, "and he never stopped apologising." She placed the photograph upright against the candle holder so that the light could rest on his face. For a long time she simply looked at it, not as a wound but as a window. Love, she thought, never dies. It just changes its address. The afternoon deepened. The sun began to angle through the window, flooding the table in amber light. She reached for another sheet of paper. This one was not for her daughter nor for a friend. It was for no one in particular, and perhaps for God. "Today I remembered laughter," she wrote. "Not the loud kind, but the quiet laughter that shakes the heart and steadies it again. I don't ask for much anymore, just this. Let me always have someone to feed, something to tend, and somewhere to bring my prayers." Her handwriting wavered slightly at the end. Age, yes, but also emotion. She did not mind. The body weakens, so the heart can strengthen. That was the trade she had learned to accept. When she laid down the pen, the room seemed to glow. The air shimmered with dust and peace. She leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes, letting the sunlight rest on her face. For a moment, it felt as if time itself had stopped to watch her breathe. Outside, footsteps passed along the lane, laughter, a cartwheel squeaking, a dog barking. The world continued, kind and unhurried. Before evening fell, she carried both letters, one for her daughter, one for heaven, to the wooden box by the gate. She placed the first inside, ready for the postman's return, and tucked the second beneath a small stone at the garden's edge. It wasn't superstition, just trust. God, she believed, had many ways of collecting mail. She lingered there as the light faded. The hills turned blue, then grey. A soft wind moved through the lavender, carrying the scent of rain again. She thought of how every breath she took was borrowed grace, air that had passed through trees, through oceans, through other lives. How beautiful it was, this great circulation of mercy. When she went back inside, she lit the candle once more. Its flame danced against the photo, and for a moment she thought she saw her husband's eyes glimmer. She smiled at the illusion, grateful for it. She whispered into the quiet room, "Thank you for the gift of remembering without pain." Then she folded her hands loosely in her lap, and the peace she felt was not dramatic or loud. It was like sitting beside someone you love, saying nothing, knowing everything. Love does not vanish, it just finds quieter rooms to live in. If this story brought you calm, remember to follow, so we may keep meeting in these small sanctuaries of light. The visit before sunset, the following day unfolded slowly, wrapped in the gentleness of early spring. The sky, pale and endless, seemed to hold its breath as if afraid to disturb the peace below. She woke to the sound of a robin's song and the faint creak of the gate swaying in the breeze. Morning light brushed against the curtains, golden and quiet, and for a moment she simply lay there, letting the warmth rest on her face. There was no rush. There hadn't been for a long time. Each day arrived as a guest she welcomed with calm hands. No expectation, no demand, only gratitude. When she rose, she found the cat waiting by the kitchen door, tail curved like a question mark. "Yes, yes," she said softly. "Breakfast first, faith later." She poured milk into a shallow dish and watched the animal lap it slowly, unhurried, as though it too had learned that life was not a race but a prayer in motion. Outside, the world was new again. Dew clung to every blade of grass. The air smelled faintly of smoke and violets. She stepped out, shawl wrapped around her shoulders, and breathed deeply. The hills were still misted at the edges, but sunlight had begun to thread through them, laying long ribbons of gold across the valley. The mail had already come. A single envelope lay in the box by the gate, a reply from her daughter. She held it for a long while before opening, savouring the weight of it, the neat handwriting that had once filled her kitchen table with homework and birthday cards. Inside was a short note. "Mum, your letter made me cry in the best way. We're planning to visit next weekend. The twins want to see the lavender and eat your bread. Save us a corner of the old bench. Love you, Claire." She pressed the letter to her chest, eyes glistening. "Next weekend," she whispered. "That soon." The house seemed to brighten around her, as if it too had heard the news. She walked from room to room, touching familiar things. The china on the shelf, the framed psalm on the wall, the quilt folded at the foot of the bed. Everything felt alive again, waiting to be shared. By noon, she had begun cleaning, humming softly as she worked. The melody was one her mother had sung long ago, a hymn about grace and rain. The sound drifted out through the open window, mingling with the breeze. While sweeping near the door, she saw a figure approaching down the lane. Tall, thin, walking carefully with a cane. At first, she thought her eyes deceived her, but as he drew closer, recognition bloomed. It was the stranger, the traveller she had fed with bread days before. She opened the gate before he could knock. "You again," she said with gentle surprise. "I thought the road had taken you far away." He smiled, the lines around his eyes deepened by sun and miles. "It did, Mum, but I promised myself if I ever passed this way again, I'd return the kindness you gave me." "You owe me nothing," she said. "I know," he replied softly. "That's why I came." He handed her a small parcel wrapped in brown paper. Inside was a tiny wooden cross, hand-carved, smooth at the edges, polished with care. "I made it on the road," he said. "It's not perfect, but neither am I. Maybe it belongs here." She turned it in her hands, the grain of the wood catching the light. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "You made this with your heart." He shrugged, smiling shyly. "I just used my knife. The heart did the rest." She invited him in, and soon they were seated at the same table where he had eaten before. The air was filled again with the familiar scent of baking. This time, scones dusted with cinnamon. He told her a little about his journey, the towns he'd passed, the kind faces, the nights by the roadside under the stars. "Do you ever feel lonely?" she asked quietly. "Not anymore," he said after a pause. "There's a strange comfort in knowing God walks the same roads, unseen but steady. Sometimes I talk aloud, and I think he listens." She nodded, understanding more than words could say. They shared the scones in silence for a while, each lost in thought. When the tea was gone and the afternoon light had shifted toward gold, he stood to leave. "I'd best be on my way," he said. "The next village isn't far and I hear there's work there." She walked him to the gate. The air had grown softer, tinged with the smell of distant rain. "Take care of yourself," she said. He looked at her for a long moment, eyes bright. "You already helped me do that," he said. "You reminded me the world still has gentle corners." He lifted his hat, and she watched him go until the bend in the road hid him from view. For a long while she remained there, one hand resting on the wooden gate, the other holding the cross. The wind rose, carrying with it the far-off chime of the church bell, a low, steady sound that seemed to follow the traveller's steps. She closed her eyes, listening, and felt the familiar peace settle over her once more. When she went back inside, she placed the cross on the mantel beside the photograph of her husband. It stood there humbly, catching the last light of day. As evening fell, the air filled with that golden silence that belongs only to late spring. She sat by the window, the same chair as always, and watched the sky turn from gold to rose to deep violet. The first star blinked awake, shy and certain. She whispered, "He came back," and felt tears slip quietly down her cheeks, not of sorrow, but of gratitude. The world, she thought, has a way of returning kindness when you least expect it. The cat jumped onto her lap, purring like a prayer. She stroked its fur absently, her mind far away, not on tomorrow, not even on her daughter's visit, but on the strange, luminous truth that had wrapped itself around her life. Every act of love circles back, carrying with it a whisper of God's breath. Outside, the wind passed through the lavender, setting it to sway like waves beneath a silver moon. She leaned her head against the window pane and smiled. I am not alone, she said softly. Not anymore. Every kindness returns home, carrying the fragrance of the one who gave it. If this story warmed your heart, follow the channel, so each evening we may sit again beneath the same quiet sky. Sunlight beneath the door. The next few days passed like pages turned gently by a steady hand. Each morning arrived wrapped in mist. Each evening folded itself into the hush of candlelight. She felt something changing, not around her but within. The kind of peace that doesn't come all at once, but settles quietly, like dust after a storm. Her daughter's visit was only 2 days away. The thought brought a soft excitement, though she found herself moving slowly, savouring each moment. She baked a small loaf of honey bread, cleaned the guest room, and placed fresh lavender in a vase by the bed. The air smelled of flower and sunlight. Even the cat seemed to sense that something awaited. It followed her around the house, tail curling like punctuation at the end of every step. In the afternoon, she sat by the window with her sewing. The wooden cross the traveller had carved lay on the table beside her. Every time she looked at it, she felt the same steady warmth she had felt when he handed it to her. There was something honest about it, the small imperfections, the smooth touch of the blade. It looked like a prayer made visible. She thought of the man often. Where might he be now? Was he resting in a town far away, or still walking beneath the same stretch of sky? It comforted her to imagine him carried onward by kindness. The same kindness he had received now passed to others. Perhaps that was how faith truly moved in the world, quietly, from hand to hand, heart to heart. The light changed, deepening into gold. A shadow crossed the window, a figure walking down the lane. She leaned forward, curious, and recognized Mrs. Bell, her neighbour, carrying something in her arms. "Afternoon," the woman called as she reached the gate. "I've brought you something warm. My daughter baked too much soup for one family." She laughed and waved her inside. "You always know when I need company." Mrs. Bell set the pot on the table and sighed. "Well, I saw your chimney smoking and thought, there's a good excuse to visit." They sat together sipping soup and talking softly. The conversation drifted easily. Weather, church, memories of lost husbands. There was comfort in the ordinariness of it. At one point, Mrs. Bell paused, looking toward the wooden cross. "That's new," she said. "Yes," she answered. "A gift from a traveller. He said it belonged here." Mrs. Bell nodded slowly. "It looks at home." Then, after a pause, she added, "Funny thing, sometimes I think the people who pass through our lives for a moment leave deeper marks than the ones who stay forever." She smiled. "Yes, maybe that's how angels work. They come disguised as strangers, so we won't be too afraid to welcome them." When the conversation faded, they sat in silence, listening to the sound of the evening wind. It moved through the house like a hymn too soft to name. After Mrs. Bell left, she lingered by the door, watching the twilight gather. The first drops of rain began to fall, tapping lightly against the roof. She lit a candle and placed it near the window, the way she had seen her grandmother do during storms. "A light for those still walking," her grandmother used to say. The candle's glow flickered against the glass, casting a thin ribbon of light out into the night. She imagined the traveller somewhere far away, perhaps seeing that same light through another window and feeling less alone. The thought filled her with quiet joy. As the rain thickened, she sat in her chair and opened the old family Bible on her lap. The pages were soft with age, the edges feathered from years of turning. It fell open to a passage she knew by heart. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. Her lips moved silently over the words. Outside, thunder rolled in the distance, but it did not frighten her. It sounded more like a heartbeat than a threat. The heartbeat of a world still alive, still loved. She closed the book and listened. The rain beat harder now, the candle quivered. The flame bent low but did not go out. For a moment she thought of herself, her frail body, her long years, and realized how alike they were, both small, both vulnerable, both still burning. The cat jumped onto her lap, startled by a flash of lightning. She stroked its back until it purred again, steady and sure. "There now," she whispered. "Even storms have their place. They wash the dust from the soul." Another knock startled her. Light, almost uncertain. She opened the door to find a young woman drenched, clutching a broken umbrella. "I'm so sorry," the stranger said breathlessly. "The bus broke down and I saw your light. Could I wait inside for a while?" "Of course," she said, stepping aside. "Come in before you catch cold." The girl entered, dripping water onto the mat, cheeks pink from wind. "Thank you. I didn't mean to intrude." "You're not intruding," she replied gently. "You're an answer to my candle." They both laughed, the tension dissolving. She fetched a towel and poured hot tea. The young woman cupped the mug with trembling hands. "I thought no one would be awake," she said. "That light in the window. It felt like hope." "That's exactly what it was," she said. They sat together as rain drummed its steady rhythm. The girl told her about the long ride home from visiting her mother's grave, how the bus had stopped near the bend, how fear had crept in when she realized she was alone. "But then I saw the light," she said again, "like it was waiting for me." The older woman smiled. Perhaps it was. When the rain eased, the girl stood to leave. "Thank you," she said softly. "You've no idea what this meant to me." "Oh, I think I do," she answered. "Once someone found light in my window too. It's only fair I pass it on." She watched the young woman disappear down the lane, umbrella now useless but heart lighter. When she closed the door, she noticed a small puddle left on the floor, a perfect reflection of the candle's glow. The image was simple but beautiful, light resting on water, heaven touching earth. She left it there until it faded. Before going to bed, she blew out the candle and whispered toward the dark window, "Thank you for letting me be the light tonight." The wind answered with a sigh, gentle and kind. And somewhere, far beyond her little home, another light flickered into being, perhaps in a town, perhaps in a heart, continuing the quiet chain of grace. When we share our light, even storms begin to look like blessings. If tonight's story brought you peace, follow the channel, so each evening we may light another candle together. The morning of small miracles. The storm passed sometime before dawn, leaving the world washed clean and bright. When she woke, the air still shimmered faintly, as if every leaf and stone carried a secret glow. The scent of rain lingered, earth and sky mixed into something holy. She sat up slowly, letting the first warmth of sunlight reach her face. The cat stretched beside her, tail flicking once, then returned to its unbothered sleep. For a while, she listened to the silence that follows storms, a silence thick with renewal, the kind that makes the heart whisper thank you without needing words. When she went to the window, she saw the world reborn. The garden sparkled, every drop of water catching light like a jewel. The lavender bowed gently beneath its silver beads. A single robin hopped along the path, head tilted, searching for worms the rain had drawn to the surface. Life had not only survived, it had begun again. She smiled and whispered, "We made it through another night." Down the lane, the grass shimmered under the morning sun, and the fields looked as though someone had brushed them with a sleeve of gold. The hills were clear again, and for the first time in many months she could see the steeple of the church glinting far away. She dressed slowly, choosing her softest blue sweater, the one her husband had once said matched the sky after rain. As she tied her hair back, she noticed her reflection in the small mirror. Older, yes, but radiant in a quiet way. There was something different in her eyes. Not youth, but peace disguised as light. She brewed tea, letting the steam curl upward like incense. The candle from last night still stood by the window, its wick dark but unbroken. She touched it gently, as though greeting an old friend. After breakfast, she walked outside to breathe the new air. The grass dampened her shoes, but she didn't mind. Everything smelled alive: wood, rain, soil, and the faint sweetness of wild mint from the fence line. Halfway down the lane she stopped. A thin shape of something bright caught her attention. A scrap of fabric, pale blue, snagged on the hedge. She reached for it, heart stirring with recognition. It was a piece of the young woman's scarf, the girl from the storm. The wind must have taken it when she left. She held it to her chest, smiling. "Safe travels, dear one," she murmured. "May your roads always find light." When she returned to the house, she hung the scrap near the window beside the wooden cross. The two seemed to belong together. One a gift of gratitude, the other a sign of grace. The hours moved gently. She cleaned the kitchen, fed the cat, and began kneading dough for another loaf of bread. The smell filled the house, warm, sweet, alive. She thought of her daughter and the twins who would arrive tomorrow. Her hands worked the dough like memory. Fold, press, breathe. Each motion was prayer, each rhythm a heartbeat. When the bread was in the oven, she sat again in her chair and opened her journal, the one she had begun after her husband passed. Its pages were filled with fragments of days, bits of scripture, names of people she had prayed for. She turned to a blank page and wrote, "This morning I woke to silence so kind it felt like being held. The storm was not the end, only the beginning of calm. Perhaps every trial is a seed, waiting for water to make it bloom." She paused, pen hovering, then added, "I think God speaks most clearly after rain." As the bread baked, the house filled with the fragrance of comfort. The kettle whistled softly and she poured another cup of tea. Each sip tasted like sunlight. Just before noon, there was a soft knock on the door, 3 careful taps. She opened it to find the postman again, his cap slightly askew, a small smile tugging his lips. "Morning, Ma'am," he said. "Looks like the storm didn't take your chimney this time." "It would take more than wind to chase me out," she replied warmly. He laughed and handed her a letter. "This one's from the city. Looks important." She took it, thanking him, and waved as he disappeared down the lane. The envelope was embossed with the church's seal, the city parish her husband once supported. Her fingers trembled as she opened it. Inside was a short note from the bishop's office. "Dear Mrs. Alden, we are restoring the memorial plaques at St. Mark's and found your husband's inscription badly weathered. We wish to renew it in your family's honour. Please know his years of service and kindness are remembered still. If you would like to visit, the doors are always open." She read it twice, eyes wet. "Remembered still," she whispered. The words felt like sunlight through her chest. Setting the letter aside, she looked toward the photograph of him on the mantel. The light fell across his face just so, as if he was smiling again. "They haven't forgotten," she said softly. "Neither have I." The bread was done. She set it on the table to cool, the crust golden and fragrant. The first slice she cut carefully, steam rising like prayer. She broke it in half and laid one piece beside the wooden cross, the other beside the candle. "For the road," she whispered. "To her husband, to the traveller, to anyone God might send her way next." Then, carrying her tea, she stepped out into the garden. Bees hummed lazily among the lavender, and the air shimmered with sunlight. She sat on the old bench, her shawl wrapped around her shoulders. The world felt so alive it was almost as if she could hear it breathing, the pulse of creation, quiet and steady. Her eyes closed. The warmth on her face felt like a hand she knew. She thought of everyone who had crossed her threshold. The stranger with the weary eyes, the boy with the newspapers, the girl who found light in the storm. Each had brought something, left something. A piece of heaven folded neatly into the corners of her ordinary life. She smiled, whispering to the breeze, "You keep sending them, Lord, and I'll keep the kettle warm." A robin sang again, its voice clear and fearless. In that sound she heard every answered prayer she'd ever forgotten to thank him for. After every storm, God leaves a little light at your door, if you open it gently. If this morning story soothed your soul, follow the channel, so tomorrow we can meet again beneath the sun of quiet grace. The Saturday of waiting. Saturday dawned calm and golden, the kind of day that seems to hum with promise before anyone speaks a word. The house was already awake, the clock ticking softly, the kettle murmuring, the cat prowling about as if it sensed company was on the way. Tomorrow her daughter and the twins would arrive. She wanted everything to be perfect, not because they expected it, but because love, when it has time, always prepares. She opened every window to let the morning in. The curtains swelled and fluttered like gentle sails, and the air that entered carried the scent of wet grass and baking bread from a nearby farmhouse. She smiled. Life, she thought, is made up of such small perfumes, the ones that tell you everything is still all right. After breakfast, she went to the garden. The rain from 2 nights before had left the soil soft and dark, and the lavender shimmered under the sun like rows of tiny amethysts. She knelt carefully, her knees protesting a little, and began pulling the weeds that had dared to return. Each tug felt like clearing a space not just in the earth, but in her heart. To tend is to pray, she thought. To care for something that cannot thank you is to believe in grace. As she worked, her thoughts wandered to her daughter, to the sound of her laughter when she was small, to the days they baked side by side, to the way she used to fall asleep by the fire, one small hand clutching a crust of bread. And now she had children of her own, how time folded so gently, turning what once was care into memory, and memory back into care again. She paused to rest, wiping her forehead with the corner of her sleeve. A shadow fell across the path. Looking up, she saw a familiar figure, the postman again, smiling as always, though this time with a slower step. "Morning, Mum," he said. "No letters today. I was just passing and thought to check the gate. Last night's wind loosened a few hinges down the road." "You're kind to notice," she replied. "This old gate has seen more seasons than I can count." He chuckled, running a hand along the wood. "Well, it's held strong so far. I reckon it'll outlive us both." "I hope so," she said. It's the first thing people see when they come. It should know how to welcome. The postman nodded thoughtfully, his gaze drifting toward the hills. You get many visitors these days? More than I expected, she said with a soft laugh. It seems the world keeps sending them my way, one by one. He smiled, tipping his hat. That's a blessing, ma'am. Some folks live surrounded by crowds and still never meet a soul. She watched him go, his boots leaving small prints in the damp earth, and felt a quiet gratitude settle inside her chest. In a world that often rushed, she lived in a place where footsteps still meant something. By midday, the garden was tidy again. She carried a small basket of lavender indoors, setting it on the table beside the candle and the wooden cross. The sunlight caught on the polished surface of the cross, throwing a faint line of brightness across the wall, like a beam from another time, another home. She brewed a pot of soup, stirring slowly, tasting often. The house filled with the smell of herbs and comfort. Every few minutes she glanced toward the window, though she knew her daughter wouldn't arrive until the next day. Anticipation, she realized, is its own kind of prayer, one that stretches gently toward joy. In the afternoon she sat on the old bench in the garden, a book resting unopened on her lap. The air was warm, the kind that makes every sound softer. The low buzz of bees, the whisper of wind through leaves, the slow ticking of her own heart. She thought again of her husband, of his laughter, of the way he always left the smallest crumbs for the birds, saying, "They worked harder than I did today." She smiled at the memory. It no longer hurt. The ache had turned into a melody she could hum without tears. The gate creaked again. It was Mrs. Bell carrying a small jar of honey. "I heard the family's coming," she said. "You'll need something sweet for the children." "You're too thoughtful," she said, taking the jar. "They'll love it." The two women sat together for a while, talking about nothing and everything. The weather, the harvest, the songs they used to sing at Christmas when the church was full. There was something sacred about their quiet companionship. Two lives braided by time, sharing the same gentle afternoon. When Mrs. Bell left, the sun was already dipping low. The sky turned the colour of apricots and ashes. She walked to the gate again, this time to fasten the latch the postman had adjusted. As she leaned on it, she looked toward the road where the stranger had once walked and wondered how many lives might cross this same stretch of earth, how many stories might pass beneath the same sky. The first star appeared, faint, trembling. She raised her eyes to it and whispered, "Let tomorrow be kind." The air cooled. She went back inside, lit the candle, and placed a second one beside it, for those still travelling. The flame wavered once, then steadied. 2 lights now, one for home, one for the road. She sat by the window, wrapped in her shawl. The cat curled on her lap, the warmth of it steady and alive. She listened to the ticking clock, the small sound of breathing, the world folding itself into evening. Her journal lay open beside her, the last words still fresh. After every storm, God leaves a little light at your door. She smiled. Perhaps that was why the world sent her so many visitors, not because she had much to give, but because she kept her door unlatched. She dipped her pen and wrote a new line beneath the old one. And sometimes, when the door is open long enough, peace walks in and stays. She closed the book gently and blew out the second candle. The other she left burning. Its light spilled across the floor and beneath the door, a small stream of gold flowing into the dark. Somewhere outside she thought she heard laughter, faint, distant, but real. Maybe it was only the wind. Maybe it was tomorrow arriving early. Either way, she smiled and whispered into the hush, "Thank you for teaching me how to wait, not with worry, but with wonder." And as she drifted towards sleep in her chair, the candle burned steady, a soft heart of light beneath the breath of night. Waiting becomes beautiful when we learn that God is already on the way. If this story brings you a little peace tonight, follow the channel so we can keep walking together through these quiet hours of grace. The day the house filled with laughter. Sunday morning arrived bright and clear, as though the sky itself had been scrubbed clean for the occasion. Sunlight poured through the windows in golden sheets, catching on the framed photos that lined the walls, on the polished kettle, on the vase of lavender she had placed the night before. The air smelled of bread, cooling on the counter, and the faint sweetness of beeswax from the candle she'd let burn late into the night. She woke early, not from habit this time, but from joy. Today, her daughter and the twins were coming home. She had imagined their arrival 100 times over. The sound of the car crunching on the gravel, the quick footsteps up the walk, the laughter tumbling through the open door. Yet now, as she stood in her quiet kitchen, she felt a stillness deeper than excitement, as if her heart understood that this too was holy. The cat meowed softly, weaving between her legs. "Yes, yes," she said, bending to scratch its head. "Guests are coming. Even you must be on your best behavior." The cat blinked slowly, unconcerned, then returned to its usual dignified silence. She set about preparing the house, humming under her breath. Fresh linens, bowls on the table, the kettle already filled. Every movement carried meaning, not because anyone demanded perfection, but because love always expresses itself through care. Outside, the lane shimmered with morning light. She opened the windows and let the spring air flow through the rooms, carrying with it the scent of rain-soaked soil and wild blossoms. For a while she simply stood in the doorway, shawl drawn close, watching the clouds drift across the sky. She felt as though all of creation were leaning forward, waiting with her. Then a sound. Faint at first, then nearer, tires on gravel, voices, laughter. Her heart leapt. She walked to the gate, and there they were, her daughter, taller now, hair touched with early silver, and two small faces peering out from the back seat, bright with the same curiosity she once had as a girl. The moment felt too big for words. "Mom!" her daughter called, stepping out and running forward. "My Claire," she breathed, her voice catching. They met halfway up the path, arms wrapping around one another. The embrace was long and wordless, a conversation spoken through warmth alone. The twins came bounding after, each clutching a small bundle of flowers. "Grandma! Grandma!" they shouted. She bent down, laughing as they threw themselves against her, their arms wrapping tightly around her neck. The world tilted in joy. Inside, the house came alive. Footsteps, giggles, doors opening and closing. The kettle whistled. Bread was sliced, jam was spread, and sunlight spilled across every corner. She watched her daughter move around the kitchen, confident, graceful, familiar. The way she reached for the same cup her father once used, the way she tapped the counter twice before setting the kettle down. Small, inherited gestures that made her heart ache with gratitude. "You've kept everything just the same," her daughter said softly. She smiled. "It's the house that keeps me, I think." They sat together, drinking tea and talking between bursts of laughter from the twins, who had discovered the cat and were chasing it through the hallway. Every few minutes, one of them would stop to ask a question about the garden, about the wooden cross on the mantel, about the candle by the window. "That's for travelers," she explained, "for anyone still finding their way." "Can we light one too?" the smaller twin asked. She nodded. "Of course. Just be gentle with the flame. It's small but strong." The children watched as she struck the match, her hand steady despite the years. When the wick caught, the tiny fire flickered once and grew. "There," she said. "Now there's light for anyone who needs it tonight." They sat quietly for a moment, even the cat pausing to look, the glow reflected in their wide eyes. "It's pretty," one whispered. "It's a promise," she said, "that no matter how dark it gets, love remembers the way home." The afternoon passed like a song, full of soft rhythms and bright refrains. The twins helped her in the garden, gathering lavender and daisies for the table. Her daughter hung linens outside, laughing at the cat who chased the fluttering corners as if they were alive. They ate lunch beneath the apple tree, where sunlight sifted through the leaves and painted their faces in gold and green. She watched her daughter laugh, the sound like music she hadn't heard in years, and felt her heart swell with something larger than joy, a kind of peace that carried memory and hope in equal measure. Later, while the children napped inside, she and her daughter sat together on the old bench, sipping tea. For a while they said nothing, simply listening to the wind in the grass. "Do you ever get lonely, Mom?" Claire asked softly. She thought about it. "Sometimes," she said, "but loneliness isn't always empty. Sometimes it's just space for God to sit with you a while." Her daughter reached for her hand. "You're still teaching me," she said. "Maybe we're both still learning," she replied, squeezing her fingers gently. As the day drew toward evening, the twins woke and begged for one last walk. Together they strolled down the lane, hand in hand, the children running ahead to chase the light that pooled on the path. The world seemed to hum, not loudly, but with quiet purpose. Every leaf, every breeze, every distant bell seemed to join in the same simple hymn. Life continues. When they returned, she watched her family settle, her daughter reading by the window, the twins curled under blankets on the rug. The house, once so still, now pulsed with breath and warmth. She lit another candle on the mantel, its flame joining the one the children had made. Two lights now, like twin hearts, steady and sure. Before she went to bed, she paused in the doorway, looking back at them all, her daughter asleep in the chair, the children dreaming nearby. She pressed her hand to her chest and whispered, "Thank you for this fullness, for laughter returned to quiet rooms." Outside, the stars were beginning to gather. The house glowed softly against the dark, a beacon of small miracles, and in the hush that followed, she felt it again, that same presence she had felt on so many quiet nights, near, tender, unseen. When love returns to your doorstep, even silence begins to sing. If this story touched your heart, follow the channel, so each night we can share the quiet music of grace together. The night of remembering. The house had grown hushed again. Evening stretched slowly over the fields, soft and blue, like a blanket drawn across a child. Dinner was finished, the table cleared, and the twins had fallen asleep in the loft, their tiny breaths rising and falling in rhythm with the sighs of the wind outside. Downstairs, her daughter sat by the fire, mending one of the boys' shirts, humming a tune their father used to love. The old woman watched her for a while from the rocking chair, the one that creaked in a comforting way. The lamplight caught in her daughter's hair, and for a fleeting second, she saw her younger self there. The girl she once cradled. The girl who laughed beneath apple trees and ran barefoot through rain puddles. So much of life, she thought, is simply watching time fold in on itself until yesterday and today share the same heartbeat. She rose quietly, taking the pot from the stove and pouring 2 cups of chamomile tea. "Here, love," she said, setting one beside her daughter. "It's the same tea your father used to brew when the world felt too heavy." Her daughter smiled. "He always said it tasted like patience." "That's because he made it slowly," she said. "He believed everything good takes time." They sipped in silence, listening to the fire murmur. The cat stretched by the hearth, its fur glowing in the light. Outside, the branches whispered in the night breeze. Somewhere far away, a church bell rang. 1, then 2, then 3 slow chimes. "Do you remember," her daughter asked softly, "the last Christmas before Dad passed, when it snowed so hard we thought no one would make it to church?" She nodded, smiling faintly. "We walked anyway. I still remember the sound. Snow under our boots, the world so quiet you could hear your own heart moving." "I was angry with God then," her daughter admitted, "for taking him so soon." The mother looked into her cup, her reflection trembling there. "So was I, for a while, until I realised he hadn't taken him away, just home ahead of us." The daughter looked at her, eyes glistening. "Does it ever stop hurting?" "No," she said softly. "But it stops wounding. It becomes like an old scar you touch now and then. Tender, but part of your skin. Love doesn't disappear, Claire. It changes shape, that's all." The daughter reached across the small table and took her hand. Their fingers laced together like prayer beads. For a long moment, neither spoke. The clock ticked, the fire whispered, and outside a fox barked somewhere beyond the hedge. The night wrapped around them, deep and forgiving. After a while, the mother rose and fetched a small wooden box from the shelf. She set it on the table between them and opened it carefully. Inside lay a few keepsakes: a folded handkerchief, a church program, a pressed violet, a faded photograph. She held up the photograph. It was of a summer day, long ago. Her husband standing by the garden gate, sun on his face, his hand shielding his eyes as he laughed. Her daughter, perhaps 8, perched on his shoulders, waving a stick like a flag. "He said," she murmured, "that heaven must look a lot like an ordinary afternoon when you finally see it, right?" Her daughter smiled through her tears. "He would say that." They looked at the photo together for a while, as if it could still breathe. Then the mother placed it back in the box, gently, like a blessing returned to its altar. "You've kept all of this," Claire whispered. "I've kept what mattered," she said, "and let go of what didn't." The clock struck 9. The twins murmured in their sleep upstairs. A log in the fireplace shifted, throwing sparks that rose and vanished. "Do you know," the mother said after a while, "the hardest thing about growing old isn't the silence. It's realizing that most of the people who knew your laughter now live in God's memory instead of your own. But that's a beautiful thing too, to think that somewhere beyond all this, there's a place where every name we've whispered in love still echoes." Her daughter's voice trembled. "I want to believe that." "You already do," she said gently. "That's why you asked." The fire dimmed a little. She reached for the poker and stirred it, sending a shower of tiny sparks upward. They rose for a second, like fleeting souls, before dissolving into air. "Look," she said. "Even the fire reminds us that light never really ends. It only changes form." They sat together a while longer, speaking softly about the past, about birthdays and seasons and small moments that had shaped their lives. Every story carried a thread of grace through it, invisible yet strong. When the last of the embers glowed low, she said, "Come, let's check on the boys." They climbed the narrow stairs, careful not to wake them. The twins were tangled together in sleep, cheeks flushed, the faintest smile on each face. Her daughter pulled the blanket up around their shoulders. The old woman whispered a quiet prayer, not of request, but of gratitude. Back downstairs, they stood by the window for a moment, looking out at the moonlight spread across the garden. The lavender shimmered like a silver sea. Her daughter broke the silence. "I think I understand now what you meant about waiting with wonder." She smiled, her eyes soft. "The secret, my dear, is realizing you're never waiting alone." Her daughter nodded, tears catching the light. "You always make it sound simple." "It is," she said. "When you stop fighting the night, you start seeing the stars." The clock chimed again, slow, tender, as though marking the heartbeat of the house. Her daughter hugged her tightly. "Thank you, Mum, for keeping the light burning." The old woman smiled into her shoulder. "It was never mine to keep," she whispered. "I only tended it until you returned." Later, when the house finally fell silent, she sat by the dying fire a moment longer, watching the last flickers fade into ash. Then she looked toward the candle by the window, its flame steady, patient, alive. She whispered, "Another day, another mercy." And for the first time in years, she felt her husband's laughter again, not as a sound, but as warmth beside her. She closed her eyes, resting her hands over her heart. The night held her gently, like an old friend. When love has nowhere else to go, it settles quietly inside the heart and becomes light. If this story brings you peace, stay with us. Every night, another light waits to be kindled in your heart. The morning after grace. When dawn came, it came quietly, a slow unfurling of light through lace curtains, touching the old woman's cheek like the brush of a kind hand. The fire in the hearth had gone out, leaving only a faint warmth in the air. The candle, still burning by the window, had melted halfway down, its flame trembling but unyielding. She woke in her chair, her shawl slipped halfway to the floor. For a moment she didn't move, just sat still and listened to the gentle breathing upstairs, the slow tick of the clock, and the world beginning again outside. There was peace in the silence, the kind that doesn't come from perfection, but from presence. When she rose, her body complained softly, yet even that felt familiar, almost comforting, proof that she was still here, still living the gift of another morning. She put the kettle on and went to open the window. The air smelled of wet earth and lilac. Somewhere down the lane, a bird called, a thrush perhaps, its song weaving through the dawn like prayer. Her daughter appeared in the doorway, still in her robe, hair loose, eyes sleepy but bright. "You're up early," she said, her voice warm. "I don't sleep as deeply as I used to," the old woman replied, smiling. "Besides, mornings are the Lord's softest hours." Claire stepped closer and hugged her mother from behind. "You always say that." "That's because it's true. The world forgives itself each morning, and we're invited to do the same." They stood there together for a while, watching the light climb across the garden. The lavender shimmered in the new sun, and the dew on the grass looked like 1,000 tiny blessings. Soon, the twins came tumbling down the stairs, all chatter and laughter and questions. "Grandma, can we feed the cat? Can we pick flowers? Can we go see the stream?" She laughed softly, her heart filling the way dawn fills the horizon. Yes, one at a time, but wash your hands first." Breakfast was a gentle commotion of clinking cups and small voices. The table looked alive again. Plates of toast, jars of jam, steaming mugs, and sunlight pooling in the spaces between them. Claire looked around and said, "It feels like home again." The old woman smiled. "It never stopped being home. It was just waiting for you to come listen." After the meal, the twins ran out to play by the fence while mother and daughter tidied up. The simple rhythm of their movements, passing dishes, drying cups, folding towels, felt sacred somehow. A dance learned from years of love, unspoken yet perfectly timed. When everything was done, Claire found her mother standing by the window, staring toward the lane. "What is it?" she asked. "Nothing," the old woman said. "Just thinking how strange it is. You spend years filling a house, then one day you realize it was never the things that made it full." Claire leaned beside her, following her gaze. The lane stretched on, empty for now, but still glowing softly in the sunlight. "What did then?" "Moments," she whispered, "and mercy. The kind that sneaks in quietly when you're not looking." Her daughter turned and kissed her cheek. "You really do live inside a prayer, don't you?" The old woman chuckled. "I just try not to step outside it." Later that morning, they walked together down the lane toward the small chapel on the hill. The twins ran ahead, their laughter scattering the crows from the fence posts. The path was muddy in places, and the old woman took her daughter's arm for balance. When they reached the chapel, its white paint gleamed in the sun. The doors stood open, and the faint smell of wood polish and candle wax drifted out. Inside, everything was still. The kind of stillness that listens. They sat near the back, their breaths echoing faintly against the high rafters. The twins whispered questions about the stained glass windows, tracing the bright colours of angels and lilies with their fingers. Claire bowed her head. "It feels smaller than I remember," she said softly. "That's because we've grown," her mother replied. "But the grace that holds it is still the same size." They knelt together for a quiet prayer. The old woman's lips barely moved, but her heart spoke clearly. "Thank you for the laughter that fills the hollow places and the mornings that begin again." As they left the chapel, a soft breeze stirred the grass, carrying the scent of pine and wild mint. The twins picked small stones near the path, one for each of them, claiming they were lucky rocks. She smiled and tucked them into her pocket when they weren't looking. Back home, they spent the afternoon baking. The twins took turns stirring the batter, their little hands covered in flour. "Grandma," one said, "why do you always hum when you cook?" "Because songs help the bread rise better," she replied with a wink. Claire laughed. "Is that true?" "It is for me," she said. "Maybe not for the bread." The scent of cinnamon and sugar filled the house, warm and alive. When the cakes were done, she let the twins sprinkle powdered sugar on top, which predictably ended with more sugar on the floor than the cakes. But no one minded. Later, as the sun began to lower, she stepped outside for a moment of quiet. The air was golden, thick with the hum of bees. She could hear the faint murmur of her daughter reading to the twins inside, their laughter rolling softly through the open door. She sat on the bench beneath the apple tree, hands resting in her lap. A robin landed nearby, tilting its head curiously, then began to sing. For a long while she just listened, not to the song itself, but to the peace beneath it. That peace which no noise could disturb, no sorrow could erase. Her thoughts drifted to her husband again, She pictured him smiling, watching them all from wherever light begins. "You'd like today," she whispered. The world remembered how to laugh. A petal fell onto her lap, white, delicate, whole. She brushed it gently between her fingers and thought of all the fragile things that endure. Inside, she could hear Claire calling her for supper. She rose slowly, one hand on the bench, and looked once more at the glowing garden. "Thank you," she whispered, "for another day that didn't need to be perfect to be beautiful." As she stepped back inside, the warmth of the home wrapped around her again. The candle by the window flickered, its small flames steady in the coming dark. When laughter fills the house again, even the walls remember how to pray. If tonight's story warmed your heart, follow the channel. Tomorrow we'll share another quiet chapter of light and faith. The evening wind. Evening came softly, the way a hymn fades after the final note, not ending, only becoming quieter. The old woman stood by the kitchen window, drying her hands on a linen towel as the sun lowered behind the trees. The air outside shimmered with gold dust and drifting petals. In that stillness, everything felt touched by gentleness, even time itself. Her daughter was setting the table, humming again. The twins, restless from the long day, ran in and out of the door like joyful birds, bringing the scent of grass and laughter with them. The cat watched from its favourite chair, tail flicking in lazy approval. "Dinner's ready!" Claire called, and the twins bounded to their seats. Bowls of soup, fresh bread, and warm apple cake filled the table with the kind of abundance that can't be counted, not in portions, but in gratitude. "Let's say grace," the old woman said. 4 small hands folded quickly. Her voice trembled slightly as she began. "For the gift of this meal, for the laughter that fills our home, and for love that never grows old, we thank you, Lord. Amen." When she opened her eyes, she saw them all smiling, her family, her greatest prayer answered in flesh and laughter. The meal was lively. The twins shared stories about their new school and the friendliest dog in the neighbourhood. Claire listened with patience and delight, nodding at each exaggerated detail. Between spoonfuls of soup, the old woman simply watched, letting the warmth of the moment soak through her like light through linen. Afterward, the children helped clear the dishes, proudly carrying plates twice their size. She smiled, remembering another small girl doing the same many years ago. Time, she thought, was not a line, but a circle, and God in his mercy let her walk it twice. When the kitchen was quiet again, they all moved to the porch to watch the evening settle. The fields shimmered under the last light. Fireflies began their small dance over the grass. The twins squealed in delight, chasing them with cupped hands. "Careful," she said gently. "They shine better when you let them be free." Claire smiled beside her. "You always turn everything into a parable." "Only because the world is full of them," she replied. "Every small light means something." For a while they sat in silence. The old woman leaned back, listening to the crickets begin their song. Somewhere far off, a church bell rang, low and steady. It was a sound she had known all her life, the kind of sound that anchors the heart, reminding it that it belongs somewhere eternal. "Do you ever miss the city?" Claire asked quietly. "Not really," she said. "Here, time moves at the speed of mercy. Out there, it runs too fast for grace to catch up." Her daughter smiled faintly. "You make it sound easy." "It isn't," she said, turning her gaze to the horizon. "But peace rarely begins with ease. It begins with surrender." The breeze lifted her hair, and she drew her shawl around her shoulders. The smell of lavender drifted from the garden, blending with the smoke of a neighbour's hearth far down the road, reminded her of summers long past, evenings when her husband read by lamplight, while she shelled peas and listened to the quiet creak of the house breathing. She closed her eyes, and for a heartbeat she felt him there beside her again, not as a memory but as a nearness that needed no proof. The air grew thick with presence. Her chest ached, but the ache was sweet, like the final verse of a beloved song. The twins climbed onto her lap, one on each knee, their small heads warm against her shoulders. "Grandma," one whispered, "how do stars get their light?" She smiled. "From love, I think. From the same place our laughter comes." The child tilted his head, considering this seriously. "So if we laugh more, will there be more stars?" "I believe so," she said, kissing the top of his hair. "Maybe that's why heaven never gets dark." Claire watched them, eyes glistening. "You're turning them into little philosophers." "No," she said, "just little believers." The wind rose slightly, carrying the faint scent of rain. A distant rumble sounded from the hills, but the sky above them remained clear, streaked in pink and violet, a watercolour of peace. "Looks like another storm might be coming," Claire said. The old woman shook her head. "No, not tonight. That sound is only the earth remembering." Her daughter looked puzzled, but she smiled. "You'll understand when you're my age." The twins ran off again, chasing the fireflies that blinked like living prayers. She and her daughter sat watching until the last of the light faded. The old woman thought of all the nights she had spent waiting for morning, nights of worry, of loss, of quiet gratitude, and she realized that waiting had taught her to see what rushing never could, that even silence carries God's voice if you listen long enough. Claire reached over and touched her hand. "You've built something beautiful here, Mom." "I didn't build it," she said softly. "I just kept the door open." They stayed there until the stars deepened and the fields turned to silver. When the twins grew sleepy, Claire carried them inside. The old woman followed, her heart full and unhurried. She stopped by the window before going to bed. The candle still stood on the sill, its wax low but its flame bright, just as it had been on all her quiet nights alone. Only now, it burned beside another small lamp the twins had lit, a paper lantern they'd made together before supper. 2 lights again, always 2. She touched the windowsill gently, whispering, "Thank you for every hand that helped me hold the light." Then she turned down the lamps, tucked the children's blankets close, and stood once more in the doorway, watching them sleep. Claire lay in the next room, one arm draped across the quilt. The house breathed in rhythm with its people, a hymn without words. Before she went to her own bed, she opened her journal and wrote. Tonight the wind spoke softly through the trees. It said, "You are not alone." It said, "All is being tended, even when you cannot see the hands." She closed the book, placed it beside her pillow, and blew out the last candle. Outside, the fireflies still moved through the fields, slow sparks of living grace. The wind, gentle now, passed through the lavender, carrying with it the faintest whisper of prayer. And as she drifted towards sleep, the old woman thought, perhaps heaven is not far away at all, just one breath beyond the quiet. Every soft wind carries a memory of grace, a reminder that love is still near. If tonight's story brought you calm, follow the channel. Tomorrow we'll wander again through the hush where heaven meets the earth. The morning letters, The next morning arrived with a softness that seemed to breathe through the curtains. Pale light slid gently across the floorboards, touching the old woman's face before her eyes opened. For a moment she lay still, listening to the murmurs of life beginning around her. The twins whispering upstairs, the clink of dishes in the kitchen, the first chirp of sparrows in the ivy outside. She rose slowly, wrapped her shawl around her shoulders, and opened the window. The air smelled faintly of dew and fresh bread. Down the lane, the fields glowed pale gold beneath a waking sun. It was one of those mornings that made even silence feel alive. In the kitchen, Claire was already brewing tea. "Morning, Mom," she said with a sleepy smile. "I hope the twins didn't wake you. They're playing post office again." "Post office?" She laughed softly. "So, soon after breakfast?" Claire nodded toward the table, where 2 small envelopes sat beside a pile of crumbs. Each was folded from notebook paper and carefully labelled in uneven letters. "To Grandma" and "To Mommy." The old woman smiled. "They're learning early that words are gifts." She took her cup of tea and sat at the table, turning one of the paper letters over in her hand. The handwriting was crooked, but the words were careful. "Dear Grandma, thank you for the bread and for letting us light the candle. It made the dark smaller. Love, Samuel." Her chest tightened. She pressed the note gently to her lips. "The dark smaller," she whispered. "Yeah, that's what light is for." Claire watched her, eyes soft. "They listen to you, you know, more than you think. They listen because children haven't forgotten how," she said. "Adults fill silence with noise. Children fill it with trust." They drank their tea quietly for a while. Outside, the twins' laughter rose and fell like music. Every sound, the clatter of a toy wagon, the creak of the gate, seemed to weave itself into the morning's peace. After breakfast, the old woman took her letters upstairs to her writing desk. It was an old oak piece, its surface worn smooth by decades of ink and prayer. Beside it lay her late husband's fountain pen, still polished and full. She held it for a moment, letting its weight rest against her palm. How many letters had begun with this pen? Love letters, holiday greetings, gentle condolences to friends long gone. She opened a clean sheet of paper and began to write, not quickly, but with the patient rhythm of someone who has learned that the right words never hurry. "My dearest Claire, today the world feels like a hymn sung in daylight. I've lived through many mornings, but few have felt so full. Watching you with your children is like watching a prayer bloom twice. There's something sacred about continuity, the way kindness passes quietly through generations, unnoticed but unbroken." She paused, listening to the wind move through the eaves, then continued. "When your father and I were young, we used to dream about the future. We thought it would come as something new, a place we'd never seen, a door we'd never opened. But now I think the future is just the past, seen more clearly. Every act of love is an echo of another long before it. You're living the continuation of every good thing we tried to start." Tears welled softly, but she didn't wipe them away. "Don't fear the quiet years ahead. They are not empty. They are full of the invisible, peace, mercy, memory. If you listen closely enough, you'll hear God in every breath of your children's laughter. He hides in the smallness of ordinary days, waiting to be noticed." She signed her name with a trembling hand and set the pen down. The ink shimmered faintly in the light. Outside, a knock sounded at the gate. The postman again, cheerful as always, cap tilted, eyes bright. "Good morning, ma'am," he called. You've got a real letter today, proper envelope and all." She stepped outside to greet him, her steps slow but steady. "A letter, you say? How rare and wonderful." He handed it to her with a smile. "World's still got a few people who believe in paper and pen." "Thank heaven for them," she said. "They keep the world tender." He tipped his hat and went on his way, whistling down the lane. She looked at the envelope. The return address was from a distant town she didn't recognize. The handwriting, though, made her heart pause. It was careful, deliberate, written by someone who hadn't used a pen in a long time. She opened it and began to read. "Dear Mrs. Alden, you don't know me, but I met a young woman on the road last week who said you once gave her shelter during a storm. She told me she found your candlelight that night and never forgot it. She's living in our town now, working at a small bakery. She wanted me to tell you she's safe, happy, and still carries the scrap of blue fabric you returned to her. She calls it her piece of grace." The old woman pressed the letter to her heart. Her eyes closed, and for a long moment she simply stood there, breathing. The sunlight warmed her face. Inside, she placed the letter on the mantel beside her husband's photograph. "You see," she whispered, "even the smallest kindness keeps traveling." When Claire came in, she found her mother standing by the window, tears shining like dew. "What is it, Mom?" "A letter," she said, smiling, "from someone who found her way home." They sat together, and she read it aloud. When she finished, Claire was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "You never really know what your kindness becomes, do you?" "No," she said softly. "But that's the miracle of it." The twins burst in just then, holding a bundle of wildflowers. "For the table," they shouted. "We picked the best ones." The flowers were crooked, uneven, and perfect. She took them with trembling hands. "They're beautiful," she said. "You've brought the garden indoors." She placed the flowers in a jar, right beside the blue scrap of fabric that hung near the window. The morning light poured through both. Fabric and petals glowing together, colours mingling like two old stories meeting again. As she looked at them, something in her heart settled. She realized that she was not just living her own life anymore, but all the lives that had brushed hers. The ones who stayed, the ones who passed through, and even the ones she never met but somehow touched through prayer and kindness. That evening, when the sun dipped low, she wrote again in her journal, "Today I learned that love has a longer reach than sorrow. It travels quietly through others, finding its way home long after we've forgotten where we sent it." She closed the book, kissed its cover, and whispered a small prayer, not for more days, but for deeper ones. Outside, the first stars were already blinking awake. Somewhere, far down the lane, a dog barked once, and a door closed softly. Life continued its quiet rhythm. She sat by the candle in the window, watching its small flame steady itself against the dusk. Kindness never ends where you leave it. It keeps walking, finding hearts that need its light. If this story touched your heart, follow the channel. Tomorrow we'll meet again in the soft light where grace keeps moving forward. The candle at the window. That night the wind rose gently from the west, carrying the scent of hay and evening rain. The old woman sat near the window, her shawl draped around her shoulders, the candle burning before her. Its glow trembled against the glass, a quiet sentinel watching the night unfold. The house was still. Claire had gone upstairs to read to the twins, and their small voices floated down the stairwell. Laughter, a question, the rustle of pages. The old woman smiled. There was music in that sound, the kind of music that doesn't fade when the book ends. Outside, the world seemed to exhale. The fields shimmered faintly beneath a thin veil of moonlight. Every blade of grass, every leaf on the apple tree looked dipped in silver. Somewhere far off, an owl called, slow, measured, wise. She reached for her journal, running her fingers over its worn cover before opening it to a blank page. The candlelight shimmered across the paper and she began to write. Tonight feels like a promise kept. There are moments when time folds quietly and heaven leans close enough for you to hear its breath. I think this is one of those nights. She paused, her pen hovering. The air shifted, soft as memory. She could almost hear her husband's voice again. The way he used to read scripture by the fire, his tone calm and steady, never rushed. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. She whispered the words aloud, tasting them like honey. No, she said softly, it never has. Her gaze returned to the candle. How many nights had she kept one burning? Through storms, through loneliness, through quiet joy. The flame had become part of her, a reflection of her faith, her waiting, her endless belief that God's mercy moved even in stillness. The stairs creaked. Claire appeared in the doorway, hair loose, a tired smile on her lips. They're asleep, she said, worn out from the day. Good, her mother said gently. Let them dream of fields and laughter. Claire sat down beside her. You're writing again? Yes, just thoughts really. The kind that visit after the world quiets. Claire looked at the candle. You've kept that ritual for as long as I can remember. Even when I was little, I thought you were talking to the flame. She smiled faintly. In a way, I was. It listens better than most people. Her daughter chuckled. And what do you tell it? Oh, she said, looking at the small light. I tell it that we're still here. That love still breathes. That faith still burns, even when no one's watching. They sat together for a long time without speaking. The candle flame swayed, reflecting in both their eyes. The silence between them was not empty. It was full, like the hush between two verses of a hymn. Finally, Claire spoke. Mum, can I ask you something? Were you ever afraid that your faith would fade? The old woman turned toward her slowly. Yes, many times. What did you do? She thought for a moment, then said, I kept doing the things faith loves, even when I couldn't feel it. I lit the candle. I prayed the same words. I sang the old songs. Sometimes belief is just the act of keeping the door open long enough for God to walk back in. Claire nodded, her eyes glistening. I think I needed to hear that. Her mother reached out, taking her hand. We all do from time to time. That's why he sends us reminders, in letters, in laughter, in the faces of our children. The world is full of small sermons if you look gently enough. The clock chimed softly in the corner. 9 o'clock. The flame flickered in rhythm with the sound as though marking the heartbeat of the house. Do you ever think, Claire asked after a pause, that Dad still watches us? I don't think, she said quietly. I know. Claire smiled through her tears. You say that so easily. That's because I've had years of practice listening for him. She gestured toward the candle. He's somewhere in the light. Not gone, just translated into something brighter. For a while they simply sat, holding hands. The candle burned low, its wax forming a small pool at the base. Outside, a soft rain began to fall, the kind that barely made a sound, only deepened the air. Claire rose first. I should sleep, she said. You'll be all right? Go on, her mother said. I'll stay with the night a little longer. When Claire had gone, the old woman leaned closer to the window. Raindrops tapped gently against the glass, tracing slow rivers down the pane. The candle's reflection shimmered beside them. 2 lights, one inside, one beyond. She whispered, "Thank you for this peace, for this roof, for every face that ever knocked on my door." A soft warmth filled her chest, the kind that wasn't just emotion but presence. It was as if every prayer she'd ever whispered had come quietly home. Then she noticed something. The candlelight bending through the rain made faint shapes across the wall, flickers that looked almost like wings. She blinked, smiled, and whispered, "I see you." The rain continued. The house creaked. The clock ticked. The flame fluttered, and everything felt exactly as it should. She wrote one last line in her journal. "Faith is not the absence of darkness, but the decision to keep a light burning inside it." Then gently she closed the book, laid her hand on it, and closed her eyes. The rain softened to a whisper, the world holding its breath. For a moment it felt as if heaven itself leaned near the window, watching, waiting, blessing. And in that quiet hour the candle burned on, steady, patient and alive, lighting both her room and 1,000 unseen miles beyond. When you keep a small light burning in the night, heaven always finds its way home. If tonight's story brought calm to your spirit, follow the channel. Tomorrow we'll share another quiet moment where light and grace meet. The quiet before the dawn. The night passed gently. Rain lingered on the roof like a slow lullaby, dripping from the eaves with the rhythm of an old prayer. The candle by the window burned lower and lower until only a soft golden ember remained. When dawn finally touched the hills, it came like a whisper, almost shy. A faint light that crept tenderly across the floorboards and brushed against the old woman's hands. She stirred in her chair, the shawl still wrapped around her, her breathing calm and deep. For a moment, she didn't open her eyes. She could feel the warmth of morning through her eyelids, that delicate warmth that always reminded her of being held. The rain had stopped. A soft mist lay over the garden, turning every leaf and flower into something holy. When she finally opened her eyes, she smiled. "Another morning?" she murmured, voice rough with sleep. "Thank you." She stood slowly, her movements deliberate, like a prayer in motion. The candle's flame was almost gone, a single trembling thread of light. She cupped her hand around it, whispering, "You did well, my friend." Then she blew it out. The faint curl of smoke rose, twisting toward the ceiling like a final blessing. In the kitchen, she found Claire already awake, barefoot, standing by the stove. "Morning, Mum," she said softly. "The twins are still asleep." "Good," the old woman smiled. "Let them dream a little longer. The world will wait." Claire handed her a mug of tea. "You stayed up again, didn't you?" "Just long enough to listen to the rain," she said. "It told me stories." Her daughter laughed quietly. "You always make the weather sound like a preacher." "It is," she said, eyes twinkling. "Every drop says, you're still loved, you're still being watered." They sipped their tea together in silence, watching the light grow through the mist. Outside, the garden shimmered, glistening with rain. A single robin perched on the fence, chest puffed proudly, as if it had been waiting all night just to greet the morning. After breakfast, the twins tumbled into the kitchen, their hair tousled, eyes wide with sleep. "Grandma, it rained," one of them shouted. "The whole world looks shiny." "It does, doesn't it?" she said, pulling them into her arms. "That's what happens when heaven washes the earth clean. They giggled and pressed their faces against her shawl. "Does heaven wash people too?" the smaller one asked. She smiled. "Every day, if we let it." The morning unfolded gently. They baked a small batch of biscuits, hung the damp linens by the fire, and opened the windows to let in the fresh air. Claire busied herself sweeping the porch while the twins built tiny castles from damp earth and sticks. The old woman sat by the window again, her hands resting on the open Bible that had belonged to her husband. Its pages were worn, soft at the edges, carrying faint stains of tea and candle wax. The fingerprints of faith lived honestly. She read slowly, her lips moving without sound. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. She let the words sink in. New every morning. It struck her how quietly God renews the world, not through thunder, but through ordinary light, through the rising of the sun over houses that still sleep. As she turned another page, she noticed a small slip of paper tucked between the verses. It wasn't scripture, it was a note, yellowed with time, her husband's handwriting. She hadn't seen it in years. "If you ever read this when I'm gone, remember this. Love doesn't end, it simply changes address. Keep the door open. Someone will always need the light." Her throat tightened. The air around her seemed to shimmer, and for a moment the distance between heaven and earth felt smaller than a breath. She closed her eyes. "You kept your promise," she whispered. "The light is still here." Claire came in just then, wiping her hands on a towel. "Everything all right?" The old woman nodded, smiling through tears. "Better than all right." She handed her the note. Claire read it slowly, then pressed it to her heart. "He always had a way with words," she said softly. "He still does," her mother replied. The day brightened. The clouds parted and sunlight spilled across the garden like liquid gold. The twins ran barefoot through the wet grass, chasing butterflies. Their laughter carried through the open door, bright and clean as bells. Claire stood beside her mother at the threshold. "It's strange," she said quietly. "Being here feels like stepping outside of time." "That's because grace doesn't live by clocks," the old woman said. "It only knows presence." For a while they simply watched. The children, the birds, the play of light across the field. Every small thing felt like a sermon on joy. Later that afternoon, when the children had gone down for a nap, Claire helped her mother to the bench under the apple tree. The air was warm again, carrying the hum of bees and the faint scent of rain-soaked soil. They sat without speaking, listening to the steady breath of creation. "You know," the old woman said after a long pause, "there was a time I thought my life had quieted too much, but now I see. It wasn't silence. It was space. Space for moments like these to bloom." Claire reached over, taking her hand. "You've taught me how to see beauty without needing noise." Her mother smiled faintly. "That's the trick to living long, noticing the miracles that hide in plain sight." The sky deepened toward evening. The old woman felt tired, but it was a good kind of tired, the kind that comes after something well lived. She watched the sun slip lower behind the hills, its glow soft as a sigh. "Tomorrow," she said quietly, "we'll pick apples for a pie. The boys will love that." Claire laughed. "I'll tell them. They'll start counting the hours." The old woman leaned her head back and closed her eyes. "Let them. It's good to look forward to sweetness." They sat there until the first stars began to appear. A breeze moved through the branches, scattering petals across their laps. The light faded slowly, but not sadly. Before they went inside, she turned once more toward the horizon. The fields silver now, the air cool and still. "What a kind world," she whispered. "Even endings here sound like lullabies." Inside, she lit the candle again, setting it by the window as always. The flame caught easily, small and steady. She looked at it and smiled. "One more night," she said softly. "One more light for whoever's wandering." Then she whispered a final prayer. "Let this home always be a lantern for someone lost. Let my love keep burning, even when I sleep." The flame flickered gently, and she sat beside it until her eyes grew heavy. The sound of her daughter's laughter drifted from upstairs, blending with the even rhythm of the twins' dreams. Outside, the world turned to silver and shadow, and the candle, her faithful companion through years of storms, of solitude, of grace, glowed on as though it knew dawn was only a few hours away. When morning returns after rain, it doesn't announce itself. It just shines quietly, as mercy does. If tonight's story brought you peace, follow the channel. Tomorrow, we'll share the soft light of another new beginning. The night of quiet blessings. The next evening came wrapped in calm. The world outside had fallen into that deep stillness that only late summer evenings know. When the air is warm, the sky is painted in soft amber, and every sound feels hushed in reverence. The old woman sat at her window, watching the last birds fly home. Her candle, faithful as always, burned beside her. She had spent the day slowly, gently, baking bread, folding the twins' little clothes, sitting on the porch with Claire while the boys played in the yard. Every moment had carried a kind of holiness she couldn't name, as though God himself were walking quietly through the house, touching everything with light. Now, as dusk deepened, the old woman felt an ache in her chest, not of pain, but of fullness. The strange weight of gratitude that comes when you realize how much you've been given. Claire came in softly, her voice low. "They're asleep," she said, smiling. "They wanted to stay up to see the stars, but they barely made it through the bedtime story." "Good," her mother said. "Dreams are where the stars visit us anyway." Claire sat beside her at the window. "You look peaceful tonight." "I am," she said, turning her gaze toward the candle. "There's a quiet in my bones that feels complete." They sat together, watching the small flame flicker. The air smelled of bread and lavender. From somewhere in the distance came the faint echo of a church bell. A single, low note that lingered in the heart long after it faded. Claire spoke softly. "You know, I used to think faith was something loud, like the songs in church or the speeches the preacher gave. But being here with you, it feels like faith might just be silence that listens." The old woman smiled. "That's exactly what it is. Faith doesn't shout, it waits, it watches, it believes even when there's nothing left to see." She reached for Claire's hand and held it tightly. "You've learned that sooner than I did." Claire blinked back tears. "You've taught me more by doing nothing than most people do by talking." "Ah," she said softly. "That's because love preaches best when it whispers." They sat a while longer, the candle casting golden light on their faces. Then quietly the old woman said, "There's something I've been meaning to tell you." Claire turned toward her, alert but calm. "What is it, Mum?" The old woman smiled faintly. "It's nothing sad, just something true. I've been feeling closer to home lately." Claire's eyes softened. "Home?" "Yes," she said. "Not this house, though I've loved every board of it. I mean the real home, the one that doesn't fade." Her daughter's eyes glistened. "You mean heaven?" The old woman nodded. "I do. Don't look so worried, love. I'm not afraid. You see, I think we spend our lives preparing for that moment, the one when love becomes everything, when nothing stands between us and peace. I can feel it near, like a gentle knocking at the door. Tears welled in Claire's eyes. Please don't talk like that. She squeezed her hand gently. Don't mistake it for goodbye. I'm not leaving you, I'm just changing rooms. The words lingered between them, soft, steady, kind. After a while, Claire laid her head on her mother's shoulder. Will you promise me something? She whispered. Anything, my dear. When that time comes, you'll send me a sign, something small, so I'll know. The old woman smiled. Of course, a small light, perhaps. You'll know it when you see it. They sat together like that for a long while, mother and daughter, 2 generations held by the same thread of grace. The candle burned low, and the night grew deeper. Eventually, Claire went to bed, kissing her mother's forehead on the way. Good night, Mum. Good night, my love. Sleep in peace. When the house grew silent again, the old woman looked once more at the flame. Its glow wavered faintly, then steadied. The reflection in the glass looked like 2 candles, one inside, one out. She smiled. 2 lights again, she whispered. Always 2. She reached for her Bible and opened it to the bookmarked page. Her husband's note was still there, the one she'd found the day before. She traced the words with her finger. Keep the door open. Someone will always need the light. Someone always has, she said quietly. Outside, a breeze moved through the garden. The lavender bent gently, the petals brushing against one another like a sigh. She thought of all the people who had walked through her door, the traveller, the young woman from the storm, the postman, her daughter, her grandchildren. Each had come with something empty and left with something full. She whispered, Thank you for letting me be a part of your quiet work. The wind stirred again, lifting a strand of her hair. In that moment she felt something. A warmth that wasn't from the candle, a light that wasn't from this world. It filled the room softly like dawn arriving early. She closed her eyes. Her hand rested on the open Bible. Her lips moved in one last prayer, so faint it could have been mistaken for breath. Let my light keep shining wherever it's needed. And then the house grew very still. The candle flickered once, twice, and steadied. The flame did not go out. It burned with quiet strength, casting light across the room, across the journal, across the open hands that had so often given warmth to others. Upstairs, the twins stirred in their sleep. One of them murmured, Grandma's candle's still on. Yes, Claire whispered from the doorway, having come down when she felt the air change. She stood there, tears falling but heart calm. It always will be. She approached the window, her breath trembling as she watched the small flame glow against the dawn's first light. Outside, a single ray of sun broke over the hill, pale, perfect, golden. For a moment it looked as though heaven itself had leaned down to touch the earth. And in that quiet, the old woman's candle and the rising sun seemed to meet, one fading into the other, as if to say, I'm still here, just in another light. When love completes its circle, it does not vanish. It simply changes into morning. If this story rests gently in your heart, follow the channel. Tomorrow we'll share the final chapter where dawn and heaven meet in peace. This morning, she was carried by light. Morning entered the house with careful feet. It pressed its warm palm to the window, slipped along the floorboards, and lifted the edges of the curtains as if asking permission to come in. The candle still burned beside the glass, its flame small but steady, as though it had been waiting for someone. Claire stood in the doorway for a long moment, her hand on the frame, her breath caught between sorrow and something softer. The room felt different. Not empty, never empty, but touched by a quiet presence that asked for silence and gave comfort in return. She went to her mother, knelt beside the chair, and laid a cheek against the shawl. It smelled of lavender and bread and summer rain. The old woman's hands were folded loosely in her lap, peaceful, as if she had set down a long day's work and finally rested. "Mom," Claire whispered, and then, because the house deserved reverence, she said nothing more. The cat padded softly from the hearth and curled itself against the old woman's feet, purring in a low, unbroken hum. Outside, a robin announced the day as if the sun needed encouragement. The light moved across the mantel, touching the photograph, the wooden cross, the letter from the bishop's office, and the blue scrap of fabric that hung by the window. When the light reached the fabric, the faintest shimmer of blue drifted across the wall, like a river made of sky. Claire rose and opened the window a little wider, the way her mother always did when she prayed. A breeze came in, cool and clean. It stirred the candle's flame but did not take it. She set her palm on the sill and closed her eyes. There were words somewhere deep inside her, but they were not ready yet, and she did not force them. Instead, she did what she had watched her mother do all her life. She let silence tell the truth. Upstairs, one of the twins turned over in his sleep and murmured something about the stars. The other called out once, "Grandma," then settled again. Claire looked toward the staircase, then back to the chair. She reached for the old woman's hand and held it with both of hers. "I'll keep the door open," she said softly. "I promise." There was so much to do, and yet none of it needed hurrying. She had learned that here. The urgent could wait while the holy finished speaking. She filled the kettle. The sound of water and the click of the stove felt like a blessing you could hold. As the kettle warmed, she laid her mother's journal on the table and opened it to the last page. The ink from last night had dried to a soft brown. Faith is not the absence of darkness, but the decision to keep a light burning inside it. Claire brushed the sentence with the back of her finger as if smoothing a strand of hair. When the tea was ready, she poured a cup and set it, out of habit, by the arm of the chair. The steam rose in a slow ribbon. For a moment, the room looked exactly as it had every morning she could remember. The cup, the candle, the shawl, the morning light. Only the breath was different, and even that felt nearby, as if it had stepped into the next room. The gate creaked, footsteps on the path. The postman, hat in hand, paused when he saw Claire at the door. "Morning, ma'am," he began. And then he saw the candle in the open window and the way her shoulders lifted and fell. "Oh," he said, voice low, as if the house had just told him. "I understand." He stood on the threshold a moment, eyes shining in a way that needed no apology. "She kept a light for all of us," he said. "I always walked a bit slower past this window." Claire nodded. "Would you ring the chapel bell later? Just once?" "I will," he said. "I'll tell the vicar." He tipped his hat, and then he did something unexpected and perfectly right. He pressed his palm just for a second to the old wood of the doorframe, the way one might touch a relic. After he left, Claire climbed the stairs and knelt between the twins' beds. "Boys," she said softly, "come sit with me." They blinked, heavy with sleep, and let her gather them into her arms. "Grandma's gone home," she said. "The real home we talked about." She waited while the words found their way. A small hand tightened around her thumb. Did she take the candle? The younger asked. No, Claire whispered, kissing his hair. The candle is for us. She left it so we'd know the way. They came down together step by step. When the boys saw their grandmother, they went still in a way children do when they recognize a threshold. The older twin reached out and touched the shawl, then drew closer, laying his cheek for a moment on the soft wool. Good night, Grandma, he said, as if the day had not yet begun. Claire wrapped the shawl more closely around the old woman's shoulders. Then she brought the boys to the kitchen and set slices of the last loaf their grandmother had baked onto plates. They ate quietly, small bites, solemn hands. After a few minutes, the younger one asked if he could put a slice on the plate by the window for travellers. Yes, Claire said. She would like that very much. The sky widened. A thin band of sunlight spilled along the lane and over the hedges. In that light, dust motes rose like slow, bright confetti. Claire stood in it, letting it warm her face. She remembered the promise she had asked for, the sign she hoped would come, a small light. She did not look for it. She only waited. It came without drama, the way all true things do. A faint prismatic arc appeared on the wall above the mantel, thin as breath, thrown from the small bowl of water she had set beside the candle. It climbed slowly through the colours until it rested, tender and clear, over the photograph of her parents. The room did not change, and yet everything did. Thank you, she said. First to the light, then to the silence, then to the one who filled both. Neighbours arrived through the morning, Mrs. Bell with her jar of honey, Mr. Doyle from the farm with a covered basket, the schoolteacher who always left a note at Christmas. No one knocked loudly. They stepped inside with their hands already open, touched the back of the chair, smoothed the shawl, straightened the corner of a book. Grief became a household chore, done together and without instructions. At noon, the bell sounded from the chapel, one long, low note that gathered the hills into its throat before releasing them again. The twins stood at the door listening. Is that for Grandma? The older asked. Yes, Claire said, wiping her eyes. For the journey. After the bell, there was work that felt like prayer. Claire washed her mother's hands and combed her hair. She opened the wardrobe and chose the soft blue sweater, the one that matched the sky after rain. She remembered how her father had said that, and how her mother had smiled as if the sky had just been given its name. She placed the journal on the table with the fountain pen atop it, and beside them, the folded note in her father's hand. Keep the door open. Someone will always need the light. When the room was ready, Claire carried the candle to the centre of the sill and set the blue scrap of fabric beside it. The morning sun and the small flame met there, and for a heartbeat, they looked like one thing. The vicar came in the late afternoon, gentle as he was taught to be. He did not rush, did not fold his words into apologies. He stood by the window for a long time, watching the fields. Finally, he said, "She taught us all how to arrive. Now she teaches us how to go." Claire nodded. She said she would send a sign. And did she? His voice was quiet. Yes, Claire said, her eyes on the prismatic arc still playing along the frame. Small, but unmistakable. He smiled. The size of a sign never was the measure of it. Evening approached, slow and kind. The twins fell asleep early on the rug, their cheeks flushed with the effort of a new kind of understanding. Claire lifted them each into bed. When she returned to the room, the candle was burning lower, the sun giving over its last gold. She pulled a chair to the window and sat where her mother had sat, hands in her lap, shoulders straight, spine gentle. The house shifted around her, the way a living thing does when it prepares to rest. She could hear the field crickets tuning their night music. The air carried a thread of wood smoke. The cat found its place at her feet. Claire watched the flame, thought of every night it had burned, every traveller it had welcomed, every prayer it had heard. She understood then that the candle was not an object, but an action, the house's way of breathing. She reached for the journal, opened to a fresh page, and began to write with her father's pen. The nib scratched softly. Tonight I learned that light has two homes, one we can see, and one we will. She's in the second now. We are in the first. Between them, a window and a flame. She paused, listening to the hush that follows true words, then continued. I will keep the door open. I will watch the lane. I will bake the bread and warm the kettle. I will say little and mean it all. If you are travelling and see a small light, come in. You are expected. She signed her name, not as a daughter trying to fill another's place, but as a woman answering a call she had long heard and finally understood. Night gathered. Claire stood, lifted the candle gently, and set it beside the cross. For the road, she whispered, just as her mother used to. The flame swayed once and steadied, as if recognizing the words. She opened the window a little wider. The air was cool now, sweet with the river's breath. Somewhere on the far hill, a fox barked once, and then the world gave itself to quiet. Claire leaned her forehead to the glass and let the cool soothe her. She did not ask for anything. She did not need to. Behind her, the room glowed with the soft kind of light that knows where to stand and when to stay. Before her, the lane faded toward the chapel and the fields, silver under a rising moon. Between them, a house that had learned how to hold both sorrow and joy until they could trust each other. She turned down the lamps, gathered the shawl, and laid it across the back of the chair. Then she whispered into the peaceful dark, "Rest, Mom. I'll watch the light." The candle breathed, the house agreed, and the night wrapped them in the same gentle certainty with which morning always returns. Love does not go out. It passes through us and shines on from the other side. The days after the light stayed. The days that followed were wrapped in a stillness too deep to name, the kind of quiet that doesn't ask for words. It simply exists, soft and steady, like breath after weeping. The house carried the echo of a voice that was no longer there, yet somehow every corner seemed fuller for it. The candle by the window remained. Each evening, Claire lit it just as her mother had done. One small flame against the falling dusk. The first time she did, her hands trembled. She whispered, "For travellers," because that's what her mother always said, and the words steadied her. The flame flickered once, caught the air, and stood tall. In that moment she realized she wasn't keeping a ritual. She was keeping a promise. On the third morning, a gentle rain began to fall just like the week before. Claire sat at the kitchen table, watching the droplets gather and roll down the window pane. Across from her sat the twins, drawing quietly. They had made a picture of the house with a big candle in the middle and blue birds flying above the roof. "What are the birds for?" she asked softly. The older one looked up. "Grandma said the bluebirds carry prayers." The younger added, "They know where heaven is." Claire smiled, blinking away the tears that came too easily these days. Then she must have sent them to say hello. After breakfast, she walked through the garden, her mother's garden. The herbs still thrived, the lavender bending under the weight of the rain, the mint reaching toward the open sky. Every plant seemed alive with memory, She knelt by the small bed of wild daisies, their petals trembling under drops of silver water, her hands pressed into the damp soil. It felt warm, pulsing with the life that never truly stops. She whispered, "You're still here, aren't you?" The wind stirred, moving through the leaves. Somewhere in that rustling sound there was an answer. Not in words, but in presence. She picked a few stems of rosemary and thyme, tied them together with a piece of string, and hung them by the kitchen window. The smell filled the room, clean and comforting. Later, she opened her mother's Bible again. Inside were more notes, tucked between the pages. Short prayers, fragments of thought, pieces of wisdom written in a hand that trembled but never lost its grace. Patience is the slowest form of love. Light travels through time faster than sorrow does. Forgive yourself for needing to be forgiven. Claire read each line aloud, her voice low, like reading to a sleeping child. The house seemed to listen. That afternoon, visitors came. Friends, neighbours, the pastor from the chapel. No one came to mourn loudly. They came with quiet eyes, with bread and flowers, and with stories that started in laughter and ended in sighs. Mrs. Bell said, "She once left soup at my doorstep every evening for 2 weeks when my husband was sick." The pastor added, "She prayed without asking for credit. That's a rare thing." And Mr. Doyle from the farm said, "She made me tea after my mother's funeral and told me to rest. No one had ever told me to rest before." Each story felt like a candle being lit. By sunset, the kitchen was full of people and soft conversation. The air smelled of coffee and wet coats, of flowers and comfort. Someone began to hum a hymn, not as performance, but as gratitude. The old tune drifted through the house, settling over every chair, every photograph, every trace of her mother's life. When the last guests left, the twins were already asleep on the sofa. Claire carried them upstairs one by one. Then she stood by the window of her mother's room. The candle still burned, steady and calm. Beyond it, the hills glowed faintly under the moonlight. "Are you watching from there?" she asked into the quiet. "Can you see us?" The wind answered with a gentle sigh through the open window. She smiled. "That's enough." The next morning she woke early. The sky was still grey with dawn. She sat at the same chair where her mother had spent so many evenings, the journal before her, the pen waiting. She began to write again. Day 4. The candle still burns. I thought grief would hollow me, but it's doing something different. It's making space. I feel like I'm being taught how to listen to silence without fear. The boys laugh again. It doesn't break the spell. It keeps it alive. Maybe love isn't supposed to end softly or sharply. Maybe it's supposed to stretch, like light across a window, touching both worlds at once. She paused, looked out, and saw a traveller walking down the lane. A young man in a long coat, hat low against the drizzle. He hesitated when he saw the candle, then smiled faintly and tipped his hat before moving on. She watched him go, realizing that even now the house was still doing what it was meant to do. When she finished writing, she brewed another pot of tea and sat by the fire. The warmth pressed against her knees. In that moment, she understood why her mother had always loved mornings after rain. They weren't sad, they were cleansed. In the afternoon, she took the twins to the chapel. They carried a small bouquet of lavender tied with blue ribbon. The chapel doors were open and sunlight streamed through the high windows in golden beams that cut through the quiet. The pastor smiled softly when he saw them. "She always sat in that pew," he said, pointing to the third one from the front. Always early, always still. Claire nodded. She said this place reminded her that heaven isn't far. The twins laid the lavender on the pew. Then the younger one whispered, "Do you think she's sitting here now?" The pastor smiled. "In a way, yes. The ones who love deeply never leave the places they've blessed." They knelt together, hands folded, the scent of lavender rising like prayer. That evening, as the sun lowered itself gently behind the hills, Claire stood outside the house. The sky was painted with streaks of rose and silver. The air was sweet with the smell of wet earth and smoke from distant chimneys. She turned toward the window where the candle burned. It glowed softly against the fading light, just as it always had. She thought of her mother's words, "Love doesn't end, it changes address." She whispered, "I believe you now." Then, almost without realizing it, she began to hum the hymn from the night before. Her voice was unsteady at first, then stronger. The melody rose into the evening air, carried beyond the fields, beyond the river, into the wide and tender quiet that surrounded the world. The twins came running out to join her, their voices mixed with hers, thin, bright, innocent. Together their song filled the dusk like the sound of wings. Inside, the candle flickered once more, and for a moment the flame split, one steady, one shimmering, as if a second light had leaned close to listen. Claire smiled. "Good night, Mum," she said. "We're still keeping watch." And as night returned, the world felt whole again, not because it had been repaired, but because love had found a way to keep glowing within it. Grief is not an absence of love. It is love learning how to live in a quieter room. The house that kept its light. The weeks slipped by gently, like pages turned by an unseen hand. The hills beyond the house began to yellow with the first touch of autumn, and the wind carried that faint chill which speaks of endings and of beginnings disguised as farewells. Yet inside, nothing felt cold. The house seemed to breathe with warmth, a quiet pulse that lingered long after dusk. Claire kept her promise. Each evening, just before the last blush of sunlight left the earth, she lit the candle. The small flame trembled, stretched, then steadied itself, painting golden ripples across the glass. The twins had taken to calling it Grandma's Star. Sometimes they argued about who should light it, their little fingers fumbling for the matchbox, their faces glowing with reverence that only children can give. "Careful," Claire would say, smiling. "You must whisper when you light it. The flame listens." The younger one always whispered, for travellers, just as his grandmother had, and every time he did, the air seemed to soften, as if some invisible guest had paused on the lane to bow their head before continuing on. One evening, as the candle burned low, Claire sat by the window with her journal. The pages were filling quickly now, not with sorrow but with gratitude. She wrote slowly, savouring each line. Day 22. It has been 3 weeks since the candle first burned without her. I thought the flame would remind me of what's gone, but it doesn't. It reminds me of what remains. I've begun to see her gestures in my own, the way I set the table, the way I hum when the water boils, even how I look toward the hills when I pray. She paused, her pen hovering over the page. The house creaked softly, settling into its nightly rhythm. She could almost hear her mother's voice in the stillness. "You see, love, faith is not a feeling. It's the act of remembering that God never stopped walking beside you, even when you stopped noticing the footsteps." Claire smiled. "You never stopped teaching, did you?" she whispered. Outside, a barn owl swept silently over the garden. The candle's reflection flickered in its wings, a moving spark against the dark. The next morning she rose before dawn. The air was crisp, touched with fog. She pulled on her shawl and stepped outside. The world was quiet, wrapped in that blue-grey hush that exists just before sunrise. Every blade of grass carried a droplet of light. She walked down the path to the gate, her boots brushing through dew. Beyond the lane, the fields stretched out toward the river, glistening like mirrors of heaven. She stopped there and breathed deeply. For a moment she imagined her mother standing beside her. Same shawl, same calm. They said nothing because nothing was needed. "Thank you," Claire murmured to the air, "for letting me see her in everything." The wind carried her words away like seeds. When she returned to the house, the twins were awake, sitting on the floor with wooden blocks scattered everywhere. "We built the church," said the older one proudly. "And the candle," added the younger. "It goes in the middle, so everyone can see it." Claire knelt beside them. "That's beautiful," she said. "Do you know what the candle means?" They thought for a moment, and then the smaller boy whispered, "It means we're not alone." Her throat tightened. "Yes," she said softly. "That's exactly what it means." That afternoon, she found herself in town for the first time since the funeral. The streets were busier than she remembered. Carts rolling, voices calling, the smell of baked bread spilling from the corner shop. She stopped at the florist and bought a small bundle of white chrysanthemums. The woman behind the counter smiled knowingly. "They're for someone special." "Yes," Claire said, "someone who never left." The florist nodded and handed her the flowers wrapped in brown paper. "Then they'll know." As she walked home, she passed the chapel. The doors were open. She hesitated, then stepped inside. The air was cool and still. Dust floated in the shafts of sunlight that poured through the high windows. She sat in her mother's old pew, the third one from the front, and bowed her head. Her hands trembled slightly as she whispered, "I didn't think I'd be strong enough for all this." Somewhere above her, the faintest creak echoed, a window moving in the breeze. It felt like an answer. You were never doing it alone. She stayed there for a long time, her head resting against the polished wood. When she rose to leave, she saw that someone, perhaps the pastor, perhaps no one she knew, had placed a single blue ribbon on the altar. It fluttered lightly in the draught, like the wing of a bird. Claire smiled. "You're still sending signs, aren't you?" She lit one of the chapel candles before she left. As the flame caught, she whispered, "For travellers." When she returned home, dusk was falling. The twins ran to greet her, their faces flushed with excitement. "We made something!" they shouted in unison. They led her into the kitchen, where on the table stood a small wooden box they had painted bright yellow. "It's for the matches," they said proudly, "so we never lose them, and the light never stops." She laughed, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. "That's perfect," she said. "Your grandmother would be so proud." That night, as the candle burned, she sat by the window and watched the stars appear one by one. Somewhere far off, the chapel bell rang 8 slow notes. The sound moved through the valley like a memory finding its way home. Claire whispered, "You were right, Mom. Love doesn't end. It simply learns new ways to speak." She wrote those words in her journal before closing it for the night. A few days later, the postman stopped by again. He lingered at the gate, his hat in hand. "Still keeping the light?" he asked. "Every night," she said. He nodded. "Good. You know, there's something about that window. I've seen strangers stop to look at it. I think they feel it too." She smiled. "Then it's doing its work." He hesitated before adding, Would you mind if I told people that they can stop by if they ever need somewhere to rest?" Claire looked at the candle through the window. The flame wavered but did not falter. "Yes," she said softly, "tell them they're welcome." By the time the harvest moon rose, the house had quietly become a refuge again. Travellers passing through would sometimes knock. A lost driver, a woman walking with a child, a man whose car had broken down. Claire always opened the door, offered tea, and said the same words her mother had once said. "You're safe here. Sit by the fire. Rest a while." Some stayed for minutes, some for hours. None left without feeling lighter. And always, when they departed, they would look toward the window and see the candle glowing, steady, unafraid. The twins grew to call it the lighthouse. Not the kind sailors used, but one that guided hearts instead of ships. "Will it always stay on?" the younger asked one night. "Yes," Claire said, tucking the blanket under his chin. "As long as someone believes it matters." He smiled sleepily. "Then it'll never go out." Later, when the house had fallen silent and only the crickets spoke, Claire stood by the window again. The candle's reflection shimmered against the glass, twin flames dancing side by side, one inside, one beyond. She pressed her hand lightly to the pane. "You taught me how to keep the light, Mom," she whispered. "Now I see what it was for. It wasn't just to guide travellers. It was to teach us how to be the light." The flame tilted, as if in reply. In the distance, a faint wind moved through the trees, bending the tall grasses until they looked like waves. And in that moment, the whole valley seemed to glow, not from the candle, not from the moon, but from something greater, something infinite that had chosen to dwell in ordinary hearts. When love leaves a light behind, it is not a memory. It is an invitation to keep shining. The pilgrim at the door. It was a wind-brushed evening in late October when the first traveller came. The air had the scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves, and the light beyond the hills had turned the sky the colour of old honey. Claire was shelling beans at the kitchen table while the twins built a fort out of quilts and chairs. The candle had been lit early, its flame bending slightly in the draught from the open window. Then came the sound, a hesitant knock, not the sharp rap of a stranger, but the gentle tap of someone uncertain whether they belonged. Claire rose, wiped her hands on her apron, and opened the door. A man stood there, perhaps in his late 40s, his coat travel-worn, his shoes dusted white from the road. He held his hat in both hands. "Pardon me," he said softly. "I saw the light. I wasn't sure if it meant what I hoped it did." Claire smiled the way her mother used to. "It means exactly that. Come in, sir. You must be cold." The man stepped inside, the warmth from the hearth folding around him like an embrace. He looked toward the candle in the window. "I've passed this road before," he said. "Always wondered who kept that flame burning. Tonight I suppose I needed to find out." "Then it's done its job," Claire said. She motioned toward the chair by the fire. "Sit. I'll put on the kettle." The twins peeked from behind their fort, whispering to one another. The stranger noticed them and smiled, weary but kind. "You've got good helpers there," he said. "They're learning," she replied with a laugh. As the kettle sang, the man's eyes wandered around the room, the worn Bible, the framed photograph, the blue scrap of fabric fluttering faintly by the window. "Your mother kept this place, didn't she?" he asked quietly. Claire nodded. "She did. She lit that candle every night for travellers like you. When she passed, I promised to keep it burning." He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. She must have been remarkable. She was gentle, Claire said, and somehow that turned out to be the strongest thing in the world. When the tea was ready, she poured 2 cups and set one in front of him. The man's hands shook slightly as he lifted it. "I'm not sure when I last sat in a warm house," he admitted. "I've been walking for weeks, lost my work up north. Thought I'd try my luck near the coast." "Sometimes," Claire said, "luck begins with a hot drink." He smiled at that, the first true smile she'd seen from him, and took a slow sip. "You sound like someone who believes in second chances." "I do," she said, "and third, and fourth, and as many as it takes. My mother used to say that mercy doesn't keep count." The man looked into the fire. "I used to believe things like that. Somewhere along the way I stopped." She didn't answer right away. She only stirred the embers with the poker, watching the sparks drift upward like prayers released into the night. "Then maybe you're here to remember," she said at last. He nodded slowly. "Maybe I am." After supper, a simple meal of bread, soup and apples, the twins brought out their small box of matches and offered one to the stranger. "You can light the candle tonight," the older boy said solemnly. The man hesitated. "I wouldn't want to take your turn." "It's okay," said the younger. "Grandma said travelers can too." He smiled again, softer this time, and struck the match. The flame flared, caught the wick and steadied. He watched it a long moment, then whispered something, too low for anyone to hear. "What did you say?" Claire asked gently. "I said thank you," he murmured. "Not to anyone in particular, just to whoever still believes." Claire's eyes filled, but she said nothing. That night, after the twins had gone to bed, she found the man still sitting by the window, gazing out into the dark. "You should rest," she said quietly. "I will," he answered, then paused. "I just keep thinking how strange it is. One small flame, and suddenly I don't feel lost anymore." She placed a hand on the back of his chair. "That's what light is for. It doesn't ask who you are, only whether you found your way to it." He turned, his eyes glistening in the glow. "Then God bless your mother," he said, "and God bless you for keeping her promise." The next morning, Claire found a note on the kitchen table. It was written in neat, careful script. "Thank you for the roof, the fire, and the quiet. I had forgotten what kindness felt like. I think I can start again now. When I have a place of my own, I'll keep a candle by the window too, for the next traveller." Beneath the words lay a small coin, polished bright. The twins ran their fingers over it. "Why did he leave money, Mama?" Claire smiled. "He didn't leave it for us. He left it as a promise." She placed the coin on the windowsill beside the candle. "We'll keep it there," she said, "to remind us that light spreads best when it moves on." Days turned to weeks. More travellers came, a young mother carrying her child through the rain, a soldier on leave who had lost his train, a weary schoolteacher returning home after years abroad. Each one stayed for a meal, a rest, and a prayer whispered before the flame. Each one left something small behind, a button, a note, a dried flower, and somehow every gift found its place on the sill beside the candle. Soon the window became a mosaic of stories. The twins called it the Wall of Thanks. One evening, Claire found herself looking at it in the fading light. The trinkets glimmered faintly, proof that mercy, once given, multiplies. She felt her mother's presence then, not in grief, but in quiet triumph. "See, Mom," she whispered, "your light is still travelling." A breeze stirred through the open window, and the candle's flame bent toward her hand. She smiled. "I know," she said softly. "You're proud." Winter approached slowly that year. Frost touched the garden and rimed the fence posts with silver. The fields turned pale and the nights longer. But inside the house, warmth held its ground. The fire burned bright, and every evening the candle stood its post, small, unwavering, faithful. Sometimes when the wind howled through the valley, Claire would hear a knock, faint but certain. And when she opened the door, there would always be someone standing there, a traveller, a stranger, a soul in need of shelter. "Come in," she would say. "The light's been waiting." And they always did. That winter, the house became known across the countryside as the Window of Grace. Even people who never stepped inside would tip their hats as they passed, or whisper a prayer under their breath. Some said the candle could be seen from the next village on clear nights, a single golden thread woven through the dark. Claire never sought the attention. She only kept the flame. And in doing so, she discovered something her mother had always known, that the smallest light can hold back a sea of night. One evening, as the first snow began to fall, she wrote in her journal, "This house was built for shelter, but it has become a lantern. Every visitor leaves a spark behind, and every spark keeps another heart from going dark. Perhaps that's what heaven looks like, a field of lights, all born from kindness." She set down the pen, looked toward the window, and smiled through the shimmer of falling snow. The candle burned there, golden and alive, and in its reflection, she thought she saw two figures, one older, one younger, standing side by side. She whispered, "Still together, still shining. The light you give away is the light that will one day guide you home." The long snow and the quiet psalm. The first true snow came on a Thursday, beginning as a scatter of white at noon and turning by mid-afternoon into a steady hush that stitched the sky to the fields. The wind did not rage, it breathed. Flakes fell in wide, unhurried spirals, catching on the gate, softening the path, settling on the cedar posts like folded linen. By evening, the valley looked newly baptized, the old world wrapped in a clean, bright silence. Claire set extra wood by the hearth and hung the kettle where it would keep a gentle simmer. The twins pressed their noses to the window pane and drew small circles in the fog with their fingertips. "It's like the world forgot its footsteps," the older said. "Listen, even the road is quiet." "Snow teaches the earth to whisper," Claire answered, tucking their scarves nearer the stove to warm. She glanced toward the sill. The candle waited, wick trimmed, holder polished, the little mosaic of travellers' gifts arranged like a congregation around it. The polished coin, the soldier's button, the pressed violet, a smooth river stone that someone had left with only the word thanks scratched faintly across it. Each one seemed to lean toward the flame as if to learn its language. When dusk arrived, not as a curtain dropping, but as a deepening of blue, she struck the match. The twins went still. The candle took the light without complaint and lifted it up, steady as a lifted prayer. Claire cupped her hand around the small fire and whispered, "For travellers." The boys echoed her, almost inaudible, as if they were adding breath to the flame. A knock came just as she set the matchbox back into the yellow wooden tray the boys had made. Not a frantic knock, a patient one, wrapped in mittened restraint. Claire opened the door to find Mrs. Bell, cheeks pink, a shawl belted tight at the waist, snow gathered in the folds like sugar. "My lights went out with the first gust," she said, apologetic but smiling. "Yours never do." come in," Claire said, taking her elbow and guiding her across the threshold. "We have soup and a hearth. We can spare both." Behind Mrs. Bell, the schoolteacher emerged from the whitening dusk, holding a parcel to her chest. "Forgive me," she said. "I was halfway home when the road disappeared. The hill feels steeper in the dark." "Then this is where your road ends tonight," Claire replied. "Hang your coat, warm your hands. You're among friends." By the time the kettle had sung its first soft tune, 2 more figures had appeared. Mr. Doyle from the farm, hat rimmed in frost, and the young mother who'd once left a dried flower at the window, now with her child bundled snug on her shoulder. No one had arranged it, yet there they were, the valley's small circle, drawn by a flame that made a promise and kept it. They found places without asking. A stool pulled near the fire, a cushion on the braided rug, a chair drawn gently from the wall. Claire ladled soup, broke bread, passed cups. Snow braided itself across the windows and softened the edges of the night until the room became its own small world, drifting on a sea of white. "Your mother would have liked this," Mrs. Bell said, cradling her cup. "She had a way of making storms feel like invitations. She used to say, 'When you can't go far, go deep,'" Claire answered, smiling at the memory of a phrase lifted from some winter long ago. The schoolteacher loosened her scarf and leaned toward the fire. "What does one do exactly to go deep?" Claire considered. She could hear the slow tick of the clock, the faint pop of a log finding a new shape. "Listen longer than is comfortable," she said at last. "Speak less than you plan. Let quiet carry the conversation to God." The twins had taken up the old habit of sorting the kindling by size, twig, finger, wrist, a ritual their grandmother had taught them to keep their hands busy and their minds calm. The younger paused, looked up and asked, "Is the candle praying when we're quiet?" Mr. Doyle smiled into his cup. "I reckon it is, son." For a time no one told stories. They simply sat, not empty but full, like a field under snow. The room was the chapel, the soup, the sacrament, the soft crackle of wood, the choir. Somewhere in the pause, the cat leapt onto the windowsill and curled itself beside the candle, eyes half closed, as if keeping vigil. It was Mrs. Bell who broke the silence, a voice near a whisper. "I brought something," she said, untying the knot of her shawl. From the inner pocket she drew a little book, edges softened by years. It was my mother's. She read from it during storms. Not long passages, just enough to give the night a spine. Claire felt a familiar tenderness move through her, the way a soft cord moves from ear to chest. "Would you read?" Mrs. Bell nodded. She opened the book to a ribboned page and rested it on her lap. When she began, her voice carried the cadence of a hymn whispered at a bedside. "The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want." She paused there, letting the words unspool in the hush like thread across a loom. "He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul." No one moved. Even the kettle seemed to hold its breath. The teacher's eyes went glossy. The young mother pressed her cheek to her child's knit cap, the tiniest smile at the corner of her mouth. Mr. Doyle's hands that knew frost, rope, the patient weight of seasons, folded lightly, as if they'd found work that didn't blister. When the last words came, "Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever," they hung in the air like the final flake of a long snow, descending without hurry, landing without sound. Claire took the little book, kissed its worn cover, and returned it to Mrs. Bell's hands. "Thank you," she said. "That's the quiet I needed." "It's the quiet we all needed," the teacher added. The wind shifted. The house answered with a soft timbered sigh. And then, not planned, not prompted, they began to speak in the way people do when a holy gentleness is in the room. Small offerings set on the table one by one. Mr. Doyle told of the year the river froze and how a neighbour pulled him across on a door, laughing the whole way because laughter sometimes breaks fear before it breaks ice. The young mother spoke of nights when the baby would not sleep, and how she learned to count mercy by breaths instead of hours. The teacher confessed that she kept chalk dust on the cuffs of her coat on purpose because it reminded her that shaping minds leaves residue like snow, a sign of where you've been working. Your turn, Mrs. Bell said to Claire, eyes kind. What have you learned that you didn't know before the candle was yours? Claire looked at the flame, small and faithful, haloing the glass with a gilt that made the night look like velvet. That grief is not a closed door, she said slowly. It's a doorway with a light in it. You don't go around it. You walk through and you find out you're not alone on the other side. No one answered, because no one needed to. The twins, who had been tracing letters in the fog on the window, hope, home, fell asleep where they sat, heads touching, breath even. Claire rose, lifted one gently, then the other, and laid them on the sofa, tucking a quilt around their small, warm bodies. On the mantel, the old clock offered its steady mercy. Tick, rest, tick, rest. Outside, the roads forgot themselves under the snow and the world accepted the forgetting. Stay, Claire said to her guests when the hour grew late. The night is long and kind, and the drifts are deep. They did not argue. Bedrolls appeared from nowhere, the way they always do in houses that keep a welcome. The teacher took the armchair, Mrs. Bell the narrow bed in the little front room, Mr. Doyle the rug by the fire with the dog-eared newspaper for a pillow. The young mother curled with her child on the settee, arms wrapped in that ancient, wordless benediction. Claire checked the wood, lifted the kettle, turned down the lamps. At the window she paused. Snow feathered the glass in ferns and stars. The candle burned without strain. In its reflection, as so many nights before, there were two flames. One she could name, one that needed no name. She laid her palm lightly to the pane. You see, she whispered into the kind dark. They found the door. Your door. The house answered with a warmth that was not only heat, it was presence, like hands laid lightly on a bowed head, like an answer arriving before the question had learned its shape. She opened her mother's journal and wrote with the old fountain pen, the nib singing its thin, contented song. Tonight the valley came home. The storm taught us where we belong, not to roads, but to rooms, not to plans, but to presence. The psalm was short, the snow was long, and mercy stretched farther than both. She set the journal beside the candle. The cat lifted its head, blinked, and returned to keeping watch. When at last she lay down, the quiet did not feel empty. It felt inhabited. In her last waking moments, Claire imagined the fields sleeping under their linen of white, the chapel resting with its bell silent and sure, the unseen roads winding toward morning, and the little flame at the window saying its single sufficient word to every soul who passed within sight. Come. In the longest night, one small psalm and one small flame can teach a house to be heaven. The morning the snow remembered. By dawn, the storm had passed. The world outside lay blank and new, the snow unbroken except for the faint marks of birds who had tested its softness before taking flight again. The valley gleamed under a pale sky, where the first thin ribbon of sunlight stretched across the horizon like a gentle promise. Claire stirred before the others. For a moment, she simply lay still, listening. The fire had fallen to embers, the kettle's last warmth fading, and yet the silence was not cold, it was kind, the kind of quiet that cradles rather than empties. She rose quietly, her shawl slipping around her shoulders. The candle still burned by the window, its wick low, its flame small but unbroken. Outside, the glass wore lace-like frost. She breathed against it, cleared a small circle, and saw the world made new. Snow draped every branch, every fence post, every line of the old stone wall that marked the garden's edge. It was as though heaven had painted everything white to remind the earth how clean it could be. She smiled softly. "You've overdone it this time," she whispered toward the sky. Behind her, the old floorboards gave a gentle creak. Mrs. Bell appeared, wrapped in a blanket, her hair a halo of grey curls. "I didn't mean to wake you," she said, but the quiet felt too beautiful to sleep through. "You didn't wake me," Claire replied. "The light did." They stood together at the window. The sun began to rise, its glow pouring over the snow like honey spilled in slow motion. The world blushed in soft gold and silver. Mrs. Bell touched Claire's arm. "When I was a girl," she said, "my father used to say that the first sunrise after snow is heaven's way of starting again. I think he was right." Claire nodded. "Then, maybe today is our beginning too." In the kitchen, she rekindled the fire and filled the kettle. Soon the room was alive with the scent of wood smoke and tea. One by one the others awoke, the teacher stretching by the hearth, Mr. Doyle brushing snow from his boots, the young mother humming as she rocked her sleepy child. The twins came last, their hair tousled, their voices hushed by the magic still lingering in the air. They gathered around the table, bowls of warm porridge steaming before them. The candle burned between them like a center star. No one rushed to speak. Even the children seemed to sense that words would have felt too heavy for a morning so delicate. When at last someone did speak, it was Mr. Doyle. "You know," he said slowly, "it's strange how the world looks after a storm. You'd think destruction leaves scars, but sometimes it leaves beauty instead." The teacher nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps that's what mercy is. Beauty left behind after something breaks." Claire smiled, stirring her tea. "And faith," she said, "is trusting that the breaking will one day look like blessing." They all sat with that thought for a while. The fire crackled softly. The twins fed crumbs to the cat, who had claimed the warm spot beneath the chair. Outside, the sunlight grew stronger and the snow began to sparkle. It was no longer merely white. It shimmered with hints of blue and gold, as if it remembered the stars it had once been. By mid-morning, the roads began to clear. Mr. Doyle rose first, brushing his hat. "I should check the barn before the drifts take it," he said. He hesitated, looking toward the window. "You'll keep the light burning?" "As long as there's breath in me," Claire answered. He nodded, his eyes soft. "Then I'll walk a little lighter knowing it's there." The teacher was next. She gathered her books, tucking one under her arm. "I'll bring the children next week," she said. "They should hear what a living kindness looks like." Claire smiled. "Bring them. There's always room for one more story." The young mother lingered last. She looked down at her child, sleeping now, and whispered, "I thought I was coming here just to wait out a storm, but maybe I was brought here to remember peace." "Storms do that," Claire said gently. "They don't just pass through us, they clear the air." When the visitors had gone, the house felt neither empty nor full. It simply breathed, the way it always did after something sacred. Claire tidied the cups, folded the quilts, and brushed the hearth clean. When she turned back toward the window, she noticed footprints leading away from the door. 5 sets, curving down the lane, already softening under new flakes of snow. "Go well," she murmured. "Carry the light with you." That afternoon, the twins helped her build a snowman near the gate. They gave it a broom for a staff, a scarf around its neck, and 2 polished buttons from the little box by the window. "Now he can watch the road for travellers," the younger said proudly. "And he'll need a candle," the older added, running inside to fetch a small lantern. They set it beside the snowman, lighting it just as dusk began to settle. The flame glowed warm against the cold white, and the wind, seeing the light, gentled itself to a whisper. From the porch, Claire watched the valley fade into evening. The candle in the window and the lantern by the gate seemed to call to each other across the snow, 2 notes in the same quiet song. She thought of her mother then, of her hands, her laughter, her voice reading softly from the worn Bible. The ache of missing her had become something else now, something like music that doesn't stop when the song ends but lingers in the air. "Are you still watching?" she asked the sky. "They've all come home, just like you said." The wind answered with a sigh that sounded very much like yes. That night, after the twins were asleep, she sat at her mother's old desk and opened the journal. Her pen moved slowly, each stroke deliberate, the ink shining faintly in the candlelight. Day 47. The snow fell heavy, but it did not bury us. It blessed us instead. People came, cold, hungry, uncertain, and left warmed by something I cannot name. Maybe faith is not a belief, but a house with its windows lit, waiting for whoever happens to wander near. She paused, dipped the pen again, and continued. "I've learned that peace is not a reward, it's a rhythm, a way of living that listens more than it speaks, that trusts more than it sees. Tonight I think I finally understand what she meant by grace." She looked up from the page. The candle flame trembled once, then stilled. Outside, the snowman's lantern burned against the dark, its light reaching the edges of the garden like an outstretched hand. Claire whispered, "For travellers," and smiled. Then, as she closed the journal, a faint light flickered across the ceiling. A reflection, perhaps, or something more. It drifted like a slow breath, lingering above her mother's photograph before fading softly into the air. She didn't chase it, didn't even move. She only bowed her head and said the words that had become her evening prayer. "Thank you for staying close enough to feel." When she went to bed, she left both lights burning, the candle in the window and the lantern by the snowman. As she drifted towards sleep, the 2 flames merged in her mind into one. A steady, golden heart in the quiet chest of the world. And as snow fell once more, light as breath, it seemed to her that the very earth was whispering a psalm she half remembered, half dreamed. The night is not the enemy of the light, it is its keeper. Peace is not found in the ending of storms, but in learning to keep a light while they pass. The spring that carried her voice. Winter folded itself away like a letter read too many times. The snow melted first from the rooftops, then the roads, then the long slope of the garden where the lavender slept. Water sang in the gutters and trickled down the hill toward the river, whispering as it went. Each day, the world loosened another knot of cold. By mid-March, the first shoots had begun to appear, thin green blades, shy but sure. The twins found them one morning and ran to tell Claire. "Look, the ground's waking up," cried the younger. "Do you think Grandma can see it from heaven?" Claire knelt by the sprout, brushing aside the wet leaves. "I think she's the one who told it to wake," she said, smiling. The boys laughed and clapped, their boots sinking into the soft, forgiving mud. The candle still burned each evening, though now the sun lingered longer and the shadows were slower to arrive. The window had become a landmark by now. Travellers left small notes folded under the sill. Words like "thank you" and "peace" lives here. Some evenings Claire found wildflowers tucked into the latch, left by hands she never saw. The twins took to keeping a list of the visitors written in their uneven scrawl on a piece of parchment. The man with the hat, the lady with the baby, the soldier, the singer, the old woman with the dog. Each name, each face, was another ember added to the house's quiet glow. Claire no longer lit the candle only for travellers. She lit it for mornings that began uncertain, for friends who were far away, for days when faith felt heavy. It had become her way of speaking when words failed. One afternoon, she found herself sitting on the porch steps, watching the clouds drift slowly across the pale blue. In her lap lay her mother's journal. The last entry, written in that familiar curling hand, read, "If the day ever comes when you need me, light something small. I'll find my way by it." Claire closed her eyes. "You always do," she whispered. That evening the postman came again. His beard was fuller now, his shoulders rounder with age. He smiled when he saw her at the gate. "Still burning, I see." "Still guiding," Claire replied. He handed her a letter, its edges worn, the paper faintly yellowed. This came through the parish box, addressed only to the house with the candle. "I figured you'd know what to do with it." She turned it over in her hands, heart quickening. The handwriting was unfamiliar but careful, the ink slightly smudged. She opened it slowly. "Dear keeper of the light, I passed your window years ago when I was lost, truly lost. You didn't know me then, but I saw that flame and it kept me walking. I found my way home because of it. I keep one now too, every night. Thank you for the light you gave without knowing who needed it. I hope one day you'll see it shining back at you, a traveller. Once in the dark." Claire read it twice, her eyes blurring at the edges. She folded the letter carefully and placed it beside her mother's note. Then she looked toward the hills where the river bent west, the sun descending in slow grace. "See," she whispered, "your lights come full circle." That night she lit the candle early. The twins helped, solemn as acolytes. The flame steadied, and for a moment its glow seemed larger, almost breathing with them. "Mum," the older said suddenly, "what happens when we're the ones who grow old?" "Then it will be your turn to keep the light," she said softly. "But what if we forget?" the younger asked. She touched his cheek. "Then it will wait for you. Light doesn't go away. It just rests until someone remembers." They nodded, satisfied with that truth, and returned to their little wooden toys. The weeks passed like pages of a hymn book turned by wind. The fields greened, the lavender stirred again, its first buds small and silvery. The air carried the scent of rain and thawed soil. On Sundays, Claire and the boys walked to the chapel, their boots leaving wet prints on the road. The pastor always smiled when he saw her. "You've turned your home into a living sermon," he said once. Claire laughed gently. "All I've done is light a candle." "Exactly," he said. "That's the sermon most of us forget to preach." Sometimes after service, they stayed behind to help tidy the pews. The twins raced down the aisle collecting hymnals while Claire straightened the vases of lilies near the altar. The chapel windows caught the light in long, slanted rays, dust motes dancing through them like quiet hallelujahs. One Sunday she found herself humming as she worked, an old tune her mother used to sing while kneading bread. It wasn't a hymn anyone else remembered, but its notes carried something eternal. As she sang, the pastor paused, listening. "That song," he said softly. "I haven't heard it in years." "My mother's," Claire said, smiling. "It comes back with the spring." He nodded. Then she must be near. When they returned home that afternoon, the sun was warm enough that the twins ran barefoot across the grass. Claire stood by the gate, watching them chase butterflies, their laughter rising like bells over the field. She thought of all the years behind her, of the storms, the silences, the nights of grief and the mornings of mercy. Every bit of it had led here, this sunlight, this laughter, this peace that had taken its time but finally arrived. She turned towards the window. The candle flickered faintly in the breeze, its flame golden and sure. For a moment she saw it not as a single light but as part of a chain stretching backward and forward through time. Her mother, her children, and all the strangers who had been warmed by its glow. She closed her eyes and said the same words she had whispered every evening for nearly a year. For travelers. But this time, she added, for those who found home too. That night she wrote in her journal again, "The garden's awake. The air smells like forgiveness. I think the world is trying to teach me what my mother already knew. That faith isn't a wall to lean on. It's a door left open." She dipped the pen once more and added, "The light no longer feels like hers or mine. It feels like something that belongs to everyone who needs it, a language spoken between hearts that have never met." When she closed the book, the candle's reflection glimmered in the glass. Two flames again, side by side. She smiled. "I see you," she whispered. Outside, the wind moved softly through the garden, brushing against the lavender, coaxing it toward bloom. The moon rose, gentle, watchful, and the whole valley shimmered in its silver glow. Inside the house, the flame burned on. It didn't reach for the sky or seek applause. It simply stayed, faithful as breath, marking the quiet miracle of another day lived kindly. Faith is not the keeping of light. It is the gentle passing of it, from one heart to another. The hill of quiet answers. The spring deepened, and with it came the slow perfume of life returning, earth loosening, roots pushing upward, air filling again with bird song and the hum of bees. The lavender in the garden stretched its green fingers toward the light, the first bud still closed but full of promise. Each morning, when Claire opened the shutters, the house smelled faintly of wet soil and resurrection. The twins had taken to running barefoot in the yard. "It tickles!" they shouted, chasing each other through the soft grass, while the cat prowled lazily after them. Claire watched from the porch, her hands wrapped around a mug of tea, the old shawl pulled close around her shoulders, though the air was already warm. Everywhere she looked, there was motion, quiet, unhurried, confident. The stream beyond the orchard gurgled, where ice had once held it captive. The willow by the fence had unfurled new leaves like tender prayers. Even the clouds seemed to drift slower now, as if unwilling to interrupt the gentle rhythm of things. She felt her mother near in every detail. In the scent of the mint she brushed against, in the soft clatter of the kettle lid, in the way the light fell across the worn Bible still resting on the window table. That afternoon, Claire decided to walk up the hill behind the house, the one she and her mother used to climb when the world felt heavy. She hadn't gone there since the funeral. The twins, eager for an adventure, insisted on coming. "Bring your notebooks," she said. "We'll draw the sky when we reach the top." They packed a small basket with bread, cheese, and apples and began the climb. The path was narrow and winding, bordered by wildflowers that leaned curiously toward them. Each step crunched softly on the pebbled soil. Halfway up, the younger twin stopped and looked back. "Look, Mama, you can see the candle from here." And there it was, small, golden, alive even in daylight, a speck of steady flame framed by the house below. It seemed to wink at them like an old friend. "Yes," Claire said, breath catching. "It's never gone out." When they reached the top, they spread a blanket beneath an old oak, whose branches spread like arms open in welcome. The view stretched for miles. The valley, the ribboning river, the chapel steeple shining faintly in the sun. It was the same world she'd always known, yet something in it felt changed, softened, almost new. They ate quietly, listening to the breeze combing through the tall grass. The older twin looked up from his apple. "Do you think Grandma can see us from heaven?" Claire smiled. "I think heaven sees through love, and love sees everything worth seeing." The boys nodded, as though this made perfect sense. Then they returned to their drawings, their pencils scratching softly over the paper. Claire lay back on the blanket, the grass cool against her neck. Above her, clouds moved lazily across a sky so wide it seemed to breathe. She closed her eyes and listened, to the wind, to the birds, to her own heartbeat slowing into calm. For the first time in a long while, she wasn't asking for anything. She wasn't even remembering. She was simply being. And in that stillness, something like a voice stirred inside her, not from outside, but from the quietest part of her soul. "You kept your promise," it said. "The light you tended became a road for others. And now, dear one, it is time to rest in what you've built." She opened her eyes. The sunlight shimmered through the leaves, forming patterns on the blanket that looked like handwriting, soft gold letters she couldn't quite read but somehow understood. "Thank you," she whispered, "for trusting me with the keeping." The wind answered by lifting a few lavender petals from the basket, swirling them into the air like a blessing. They stayed on the hill until the shadows grew long. The twins had finished their drawings, one of the house, one of the candle, and were now chasing butterflies with clumsy joy. Claire watched them, her heart full in that tender way that hurts and heals at once. As the sun dipped lower, she stood, brushing the grass from her skirt. "Come, loves," she said. "It's nearly evening. Time to light the window." They gathered their things and began the walk down. The air smelled of wild thyme and distant rain. From somewhere far off, the chapel bell rang 6 slow notes, each one falling like a drop of gold into the quiet. When they reached the garden, the twins raced ahead, flinging open the door. "We'll light it tonight," they shouted. Claire laughed softly, stepping inside. The house greeted them with its familiar warmth, the faint crackle of the hearth, the scent of baked bread cooling on the counter, the steady hush of belonging. She went to the window, trimmed the wick, and struck the match. The flame rose bright and sure. Its reflection caught the edge of the glass and doubled as it always did, one inside, one beyond. "For travellers," she said. The twins echoed her, their voices light as feathers. Later that night, after they were asleep, Claire returned to her desk. The candle flickered beside her, its flame steady but low. She opened her journal and began to write. "Tonight on the hill, I heard her voice, not in sound but in peace. I think faith begins that way, not as thunder, but as the soft knowing that love has already answered before you ask. There's a quiet that doesn't need proof, a light that doesn't need to shine far to reach eternity. I've stopped trying to understand it. I'm learning to rest inside it. She paused, lifted her pen, and smiled. The air smelled faintly of lavender again. The first blooms must have opened while they were gone. She added one more line before closing the book. When the day comes for me to leave, I won't fear the dark. I'll know which window to look for. The candle burned late into the night. Claire sat watching it, her chin resting on her hand, her eyes soft with memory and gratitude. At one point, she thought she saw a flicker of blue in the flame, like the colour of her mother's ribbon. It shimmered only for a moment, then settled back into gold. She whispered, "Still watching, aren't you?" A faint warmth brushed her cheek, gentle as breath. Outside, the moon rose full and calm. The hills glowed faintly in its silver light, the river below a thread of glass. And from the highest point, the hill they'd climbed that day, she could see something strange yet beautiful, a faint glimmer in the grass, as if the earth itself had caught a bit of heaven's shine. It wasn't bright, not enough for anyone else to notice. But she knew what it was. A reminder, a quiet answer. She smiled, turned down the lamps and whispered her mother's old benediction. Peace on the road, light at your back and mercy in your step. Then she lay down, the candle still burning beside the window, and listened to the night exhale around her. The wind outside shifted through the garden, carrying the scent of new lavender. The flame trembled once, twice, and steadied again, holding vigil for all who still walked the road below. Sometimes faith doesn't speak. It simply breathes, quietly enough for the heart to hear its own answer. The night the candle spoke. The night came softly, without fanfare. Clouds glided like quiet ships across a navy sky, and the stars blinked faintly through their silver sails. The hills had darkened to velvet, and the river, pale and thin, reflected the last breath of twilight. Inside the house, the world was still. The twins had fallen asleep near the hearth, one curled like a kitten, the other sprawled with a hand open toward the fading firelight. Claire pulled a quilt over them and lingered there for a moment, watching their faces flicker in the orange glow. Their breathing was slow and even, the kind of peace that only children and angels share. She rose, moving to the window. The candle waited on the sill, unlit. She hesitated for a moment, holding the match between her fingers. "For travellers," she whispered, as she always did, and struck the flame. But tonight, something in the air felt different. The silence wasn't empty, it was full, like a held note waiting to resolve. As the match hissed and the wick caught fire, the little flame leaped higher than usual, flaring bright before settling into a steady heart of gold. Its reflection shimmered on the glass, and for the briefest moment, she thought she saw another flame beside it. Not the reflection, not the usual doubling of light. Something else. A faint outline, soft and human, as though someone was standing just beyond the window, holding a candle of their own. Claire didn't move. Her breath caught somewhere between fear and wonder. The figure didn't frighten her. It felt too gentle for that. Instead, a calm began to spread through her chest. Slow, deliberate, familiar. She whispered, "Is it you?" The flame in the window flickered once, twice. A whisper of wind passed through the room, stirring the curtains. The scent that followed was unmistakable, lavender and warm bread. Her mother's scent. Her eyes blurred. "You always did pick the quietest ways to come back," she said softly. No voice answered, yet she felt words all around her, as though they were carried on the breath of the house itself. You've kept the faith, child, not with words but with warmth. That is the truest gospel there is. Tears welled and slid down her cheeks. She leaned closer to the window, the glass cool against her skin. I miss you every day, and yet I never left. Her hand trembled slightly as she touched the window pane. The other flame, the one outside, pulsed once, then drifted, not away, but through. For a heartbeat, the two lights merged into one, brighter than before. Then the glow faded, returning to its usual calm, steady self. Claire stood very still. Her face was wet with tears, but her heart felt astonishingly light, as if something heavy she'd been carrying had simply dissolved. She went to the desk and opened her journal. Her hands shook as she wrote, not from fear, but reverence. Tonight, the candle spoke, not in words, but in warmth. I think heaven sometimes borrows the shape of small things, a flicker, a scent, a silence, just to remind us that love is not gone. It's only changed its clothing. She paused, watching the ink dry, the candle flame reflected in the page. Then she added another line. I used to pray for miracles. Now I just pray to notice them. Outside, the night deepened. A light wind rose through the valley, brushing against the lavender beds, setting the stems to trembling. The sound was faint, like applause heard through sleep. Claire stepped onto the porch, shawl pulled tight. The moon hung low, pearly and near, and the whole world seemed to breathe under it. From here she could see the candle glowing through the window, a beacon small but unyielding. Somewhere far down the road a lantern appeared. A traveller, perhaps. A lone figure walking slowly, their own lights swinging like a heartbeat. As they passed the house they paused, looked up and raised their lantern slightly, as though in greeting. Claire smiled, whispering toward them, "Safe road, friend." The traveller lifted their hand in return and moved on. She stood there long after the figure had vanished into the night, the wind tugging at her hair. "There will always be someone on the road," she said softly, "always someone who needs to see it." And she realized then that this endless keeping, this nightly ritual of flame, was not only for others, it was for her too, for the parts of her that still wandered, that still searched for home, even while standing inside it. She went back inside and checked the twins again. The younger had turned in his sleep, his hand now resting over his brother's. The fire had burned down to a faint glow, whispering its last lullabies. She kissed each boy's forehead, then sat beside them on the rug. Her gaze drifted to the cross that hung above the mantel, simple, carved wood, darkened by age. She remembered her mother polishing it every Easter, whispering, "He is risen, even in the hearts that tremble." Claire closed her eyes and let the stillness wrap around her. The flame continued to dance quietly in the window, not bright, not dim, but perfectly alive. And in that soft light, she felt the nearness of everything she had lost. Not gone, not unreachable, but gathered around her like air. The saints and the sinners, the prayers whispered and the ones forgotten, the laughter of children and the weary sighs of the old, all of it living, moving, breathing in the hush of that moment. She thought of the words she'd once read. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. And for the first time she didn't just believe it, she felt it. The clock struck midnight. She opened her eyes. The candle's flame dipped, then straightened again, as if bowing to the hour. "Good night," she whispered to it. "Thank you for staying." She blew out the flame, and for a split second the world was entirely dark. But in that darkness, her heart glowed with something deeper. The echo of the light now inside her. And when she turned toward the window, she could still see a faint shimmer, a soft afterimage lingering in the glass. Not gone, only resting. She climbed the stairs, her bare feet silent on the warm wood. The moonlight followed her up, sliding through the gaps of the old railing like liquid silver. In her room, she lay down and looked toward the ceiling, where the shadows of the candle still trembled like slow waves. "Lord," she whispered, "if this is what it means to be home, I'm already there." Outside, the wind hushed. The stars flickered once, twice, then settled. And somewhere, perhaps in heaven, perhaps in memory, a soft, familiar voice murmured back, "You are. You always were." The light that once guided others had learned to live within her, quiet, eternal, and enough. When the valley answered back, morning opened like a hymn, sung under the breath. A pale stripe of gold rested on the kitchen table, and the house stretched itself awake with the soft, timbered sigh it had made for generations. Claire stood by the sink, drying the last plate with a linen towel worn thin at the corners. The twins padded down the stairs in woolen socks, hair tousled, eyes bright with the kind of expectancy that belongs to children and angels. "Is today like any other day?" the older asked, half teasing. "It is," she said, placing the plate in its place. "And also not." They smiled at the answer, for they had learned that this was how holy things announced themselves, quietly, without trumpets. Outside, a mild breeze worried the chimes, coaxing out a single note that hovered in the doorway like a visitor too shy to enter. The lavender, new with spring, shifted its silver-green heads as though listening for a voice older than the wind. Somewhere down the lane, a cart rattled once and then stopped, as if choosing not to disturb the morning's soft intention. Claire lit the kettle and set out 3 cups. She did not rush. The small liturgies mattered, spoon laid on saucer, honey jar turned just so, steam rising like prayer. When the water sighed to a boil, she carried the tray to the window table. The candle sat there, wick trimmed, brass polished. It had watched storms and summers, arrivals and goodbyes, the long breath of grief and the longer breath of mercy. She ran a finger along its cool stem and smiled. "Tonight," she said to the twins, "we'll light it before dusk." "Why?" the younger asked, curious rather than resistant. "Because sometimes," she answered, "the heart needs to see the light before the shadows remember to fall." They accepted this easily, as children do, and set about their small morning tasks, feeding the cat, shaking crumbs from the rug, checking the matchbox in the little yellow tray. It was a house of keeps, kept promises, kept peace, kept watch. By afternoon, the air had the sweetness that follows rain. Claire walked the garden rows, palms brushing thyme and rosemary, lifting their green perfume into the air. She tucked a sprig of mint behind her ear the way her mother used to do, and paused to listen, not for words, but for the answer that sometimes arrives as quiet itself. From the road came the tap-tap of a cane. Mr. Doyle appeared at the gate, hat in his hand. Behind him came the school teacher with a book under her arm, the young mother with her child at her hip, Mrs. Bell with a basket, the postman with his careful smile. They had not planned to come all at once, yet here they were, the valley, gathered as though some note unheard had called them. "We brought nothing fancy," Mrs. Bell said, lifting the cloth from her basket to show a simple loaf, only what is easy to share. "What you bring is enough," Claire answered, and meant it. They found their places without instruction, as if the house had already written the seating in its beams. The twins fetched cups and set them down one by one with the solemnity of small priests. No one asked what occasion had summoned them. They knew, the way fields know rain and birds know evening. When the first soft shadows began to lean across the floor, Claire stood by the window. She took the matchbox from the yellow tray and held it for a moment, feeling the hush gather behind her like a shawl. The twins came to her side, one on each hand. Together, without speaking, they struck the match. The wick caught and lifted. The flame steadied. A gentle warmth pressed itself against the glass. Its reflection, always two, bloomed like a second heart. "For travellers," Claire said, and the room breathed the words with her. They did not sing. They did not preach. Someone, perhaps the teacher, perhaps the wind, hummed a tune that needed no name. The young mother swayed with her child. Mr. Doyle rested his hands, rope calloused and tender, upon his knees. Mrs. Bell folded her shawl as though tucking in a thought that had finally found its bed. The postman studied his cap brim as if it were a map of places his feet didn't need to reach anymore. Then something happened that no one arranged and no one commanded. From the lane, a second light appeared, a lantern swinging carefully in a stranger's hand. It paused at the gate, lifted once in greeting, and lingered as if unsure whether to enter. The twins, with the unanimous wisdom of children, opened the door wide and stepped back. "Welcome," Claire said, and the word felt like a key turning. The stranger nodded, set the lantern on the porch rail, and stood for a moment in the threshold, half in, half out, until the candle's glow persuaded his hesitation into rest. He came, he sat, he warmed his hands. Nothing more was required. And then, so softly it took a moment to notice, other lights began to bloom along the road. One window, then two, then three. Across the low ridge, a square of gold in the bell house. Farther on, a winking lamp in the school teacher's cottage. Beyond that, a shy gleam in the farmhouse window where a tired man had gone home earlier than he meant to. Like stars learning their places, the valley's windows began to answer back. "Look," whispered the older twin, pointing. "They're shining." No one hurried to the door. They simply turned their faces toward the glow gathering beyond the glass. Claire felt the hush inside her grow wide enough to hold a world. The candle on the sill burned no brighter than it had any night before. It did not need to. Its work had learned to live in other rooms. Mrs. Bell touched Claire's sleeve. "Do you see? It moved." Claire nodded, tears bright but quiet. "It was never ours to keep," she said, "only ours to begin." They sat in that tender astonishment a long while, watching light find light the way rivers find the sea. The garden outside breathed mint and earth. Somewhere in the near distance, the chapel bell offered a single, unhurried note, as if to mark the hour when ordinary time had slipped its coat and stood revealed. The stranger on the chair near the fire cleared his throat softly. "When I was younger," he said, voice rough with miles, "I thought faith was a thing you held tight with both fists." He looked at the window, then down at his open hands. "Turns out it's something that holds you when you finally rest enough to be held." No one replied. They did not need to. The room had already agreed. Much later, after bread had been broken and stories had been set gently among cups and lamplight, people rose to go. coin brightening in the candle's ring like a promise kept. She thought of the night the flame had spoken in scent and warmth instead of words, and in a hush nearly too large for breath she understood. Nothing here had asked to be noticed. It had asked only to be kept. In the keeping, God had done the rest. She didn't write that down. Some knowledge prefers the heart to the page. She turned down the lamps. The room gentled itself towards sleep. The cat stretched, found its post on the sill, and resumed its old watch. Outside, the valley glowed like a constellation newly named. Claire lingered one more moment by the window. The glass held her reflection, and behind it, the little world that had been given back to her by grace. "Thank you," she said into the soft pane, "for teaching us how to answer." The house breathed, beams settling, floorboards offering their small, faithful music. She kissed each boy's hair, straightened the matchbox in its yellow tray, and let the night close like a blessing around them all. The candle kept its place, the valley kept its lights, and somewhere deeper than sight, love kept its vow. She did not make the valley shine, she only kept one light until the valley remembered how. The door left. Gently open morning came with the hush that follows a benediction. The valley wore the soft light of a new day the way a child wears a blessing, unaware, unburdened, entirely held. A mist lingered just above the river, a silver shawl that would lift when the sun grew patient enough. Birds tuned their small instruments in the hedgerows, and the chapel bell, as if respecting the quiet, waited before offering its first thoughtful note. Inside the house, nothing hurried. Claire rose before the twins and stood by the window, hands resting on the sill worn smooth by years of keeping. The candle, unlit from the night's end, waited in its brass cradle. It had become so much more than wax and wick. It was a habit of the heart, a road taught to the feet, a word learned by the soul when speech felt too heavy. She smiled at it the way one smiles at an old friend in the doorway. "Thank you," she whispered, "for all the ways you spoke when I could not." She did not light it then. Morning had its own flame. In the kitchen, she set water to warm and sliced bread that remembered yesterday's hands. The scent of toast stirred the boys from sleep. They padded in, hair rumpled, eyes bright. One hugged her waist without words. The other reached past her for the honey jar and stopped to kiss the back of her wrist, a small reverence learned from countless evenings of quiet grace. "Is today special?" the younger asked, because he loved to name things that felt good. "It is," Claire said, "and also just a day. Sometimes the truest days are both." They ate with the glad, simple appetite of people who know where they belong. After, the twins carried their cups to the basin and wiped the table slowly, enjoying the rhythm of cloth, wood, and care. The house sang its low, familiar hymn, the kettle breathing, the floorboards answering, the clock keeping mercy and steady ticks. It was a choir of ordinary things, and it filled the rooms with peace. By mid-morning they walked to the garden. Lavender lifted its soft purple candles to the sun. Bees made their honest music. The path, swept clean by last night's breeze, invited bare feet. Claire paused by the gate and closed her eyes. She could all but hear her mother's laugh in the sway of the mint. She could feel in the warm air on her face the blessing that had followed her through winter, through snow and thaw, through silence and answer. "Come," she told the boys. "Let's take the long way to the chapel." They went by the lane where the first traveller had paused, past the stone that held the word "thanks" scratched faintly on its face. A robin hopped ahead of them, as if guiding their steps. When they reached the little church, its door was propped with a broom handle and the scent of wood polish drifted out. Sunlight lay across the pews in wide, forgiving stripes. The pastor stood by the altar, arranging a small vase of wildflowers. He looked up and smiled. "Ah, the keepers of the window," he said. "You've brightened more rooms than you know." "We only keep a little light," Claire answered. "That is how God prefers it," he said. "Small fires, many hands." They stayed a while, the twins tracing the carved initials on the hymnals, Claire sitting where her mother once sat, third pew, aisle side, where the view of the door is clear enough to welcome latecomers. She prayed without words, the kind of prayer that feels like breathing. "Thank you for teaching us to be at home in your kindness." When they returned, afternoon had softened the valley to gold. A breeze, warm with hay and river, wandered through the open window and lifted the blue ribbon that hung beside the candle. For a moment it seemed the ribbon waved to someone unseen, then fell still with the calm of a vow kept. The boys brought out their drawings. The house, the hill, the night the valley answered back. They pinned them along the wall over the bench under the window, a small gallery of remembered mercies. "Someday," the older said, "we'll show our children the light." "You will," Claire said, "and you'll tell them what your grandmother told me, that we don't light the candle to prove the darkness wrong. We light it to keep the door open." "What door?" the younger asked, head tilted. "The one every heart is always looking for," she said, touching his hair. "The door where welcome waits." Toward evening, neighbours drifted by with the soft authority of custom. Mr. Doyle came with tomatoes in his hands and stories in his pockets. The teacher brought a book of poems and left it on the sill without reading, as if to say the room already had its verses. Mrs. Bell carried a loaf wrapped in a towel that had dried generations of dishes and tears. The postman tucked a small envelope beneath the brass. Inside, a photograph of the house from the road at night, its window lifting a golden square into the dark. They did not stay long. There was supper to cook, fences to mend, children to bathe. But each stood for a moment in the doorway and let their eyes rest on the unlit candle. It promised nothing spectacular. It promised presence, and presence, they had learned here, was more than enough. Dusk arrived with a kind of tenderness. The hills folded themselves in shadow. The river kept its pale thread. The first star offered itself, one light, then two, until the sky remembered the language of many. Claire struck the match. The twins steadied their breath as the wick took its small fire and raised it, not proudly but faithfully. "For travellers," they said together. "For keepers," Claire added, "for those still on the road and those finally home." They sat in the quiet that comes when everything necessary has been said. The flame hummed its low, patient song. On the sill, the little mosaic of gifts, the coin, the button, the dried violet, the river stone, caught the glow and gave it back. The cat curled into the warm ellipse where light meets wood. The house at peace with itself breathed. The younger twin climbed into Claire's lap. "Will the candle always burn?" he asked. "Long enough," she answered. "Long enough for the next heart to find its way. And when ours grows tired, another window will remember." They stayed until the candle shortened to a small crown of light. The boys grew drowsy, their heads heavy on her shoulders, their breath falling into the gentle rhythm she knew by heart. At last, she stood, lifted them, one, then the other, and laid them on the sofa with the practiced care of love. At the window again, she watched the flame steady itself for the last minutes of its keeping. You've done your work, she whispered. You've told the truth tonight. She did not blow it out. She opened the window instead. A sweet draught entered, carrying night air and the far-off hint of the chapel bell. The flame leaned toward the world, brightened, and then, like a word released at the end of a prayer, went out. Not a defeat, ascending. In the soft dark that followed, her eyes adjusted to another kind of light. The gentle gleam of starlight on the river, the pale echo of the moon on the road, the lingering glow her heart had learned to keep. She left the window open. She left the door unlatched. She left the night exactly as it was, beloved and enough. At the desk, she opened the journal one last time and wrote with a hand steady as a promise. The candle was never the point. The point was the welcome it made possible, the mercy it made visible, the God it made near. If anyone asks what we did here, say only this: we kept a light, and in the keeping, we learned that love had been keeping us all along. She closed the book. She laid her palm on its cover as if blessing the pages. Then she folded her hands, not to say many words, but to rest in the one who needs few. Lord, she breathed, for every traveller who ever passed our window, for every room that learned to answer with light, for every child who will one day strike a match for someone they do not know. Thank you. Keep us in your kindness. Teach us to leave the door gently open. And when it is our turn to walk by starlight, guide us by the windows we tended for others. Amen. She stood for a long moment, listening. The house answered with its soft-timbered yes. The valley held its breath and then exhaled. Somewhere very near, a ribbon whispered against brass. Claire smiled, turned down the lamps and carried the boys to their beds. On the sill the spent wick rested, holy as bread after blessing, useful as dawn. Beyond the open window, the world kept watch. The river, the road, the hill that remembered answers, and the sky wore its necklace of lights like a promise kept. The door stayed unlatched through the night, not out of carelessness, but trust. And anyone passing by that lane, seeing the darkened candle and the open window, felt it without needing to name it. The welcome would be there again tomorrow. In the end, the light she kept was not a flame in a window, but a door left gently open for travellers, for keepers, for you.